what does Superman represent?
A friend, and that's what people really need most. They don't need you know, a strong arm, you know, one-man vigilante force. They need a friend. We're living in an age when people contact with each other. They're afraid. People live in cities that don't even know their neighbors. They're afraid to go out in the street. Something might happen to them. Basically, technology is against you. Life is overwhelming. Even the bank doesn't know who you are. You know, and it's like we run around scared a lot, particularly those of us who live in cities. And it's the view you get from the space shuttle. You see the Earth as this beautiful, fragile marble just hanging there in space, and we need to take better care of it. We should think of ourselves, all of us, this world is Smallville, is a small town, and we should feel like neighbors. And if that idea sort of subliminally gets planted in kids throughout the world, then something can go from there.
Hello everyone. With that little intro, we can begin. What did I show you just now? It's what people believe Superman means to them. A friend. Beyond just the powers, beyond just everything he represents. He is supposed to be this beacon of hope and happiness. Therefore, his design reflects it. Today, we're going to actually execute on the ideas we talked about last time. And I have added a lot of more references on the Reddit post and on the description if you guys want to check it out. But we'll be talking about them in a few because I'm excited for what I found. Also, hello and welcome everyone. Blanca, Flash, hello, welcome, Grim, Waffles. Happy to have all of ya. I see that you got a new phone, Blanca. Oh, happy to hear. How is everyone? It's cold and wet day at work, but I'm chilling. Ooh, you know what? I'm actually happy it is cold and chilly. I love the winter. Doing well, just a little tired. Feel like last stream was kind of annoying. Nah, it's fine, don't worry. I know that we get excited for a little projects, but you know, don't worry about it. I hope you are too. I know you were worried about that in the chat yesterday. No, it's okay, don't worry. We're here to work and to execute on our ideas. Let me just turn that off. Turn this off. And we can begin. Where am I? Ooh. Yeah, I've been editing this thing live. We're doing it live! But where am I? Oh, I haven't even turned the auto tube. I've been so busy with everything. Oh, jeez, oh my. Where am I? Where am I? Oh, no! Oh, this isn't me. This is me. Hello. Welcome, one and all, to the show. Finally, today we will be executing on everything we talked about yesterday. You have your ideas cemented, your story in flux, and all your characters have been conceptualized. But now, we're going to work. We're going to do the do and make the made. Also, hello, Pixel. Hi, Pixel. All right, let me just get over here. New tutorial teaches us how to speed run a stream setup live. I mean, sure, why not? Basically, everything I do is super transparent, so y'all can do it. Deuces, execute order 66. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, wrong one. Okay, so let's see. I was actually going to show something to you guys. Last time we were talking about conceptualization, blah blah blah, making your story more solid, having your characters actually mean something, the difference between a character that has significance by themselves because they represent something in the theme, or if they are just bland vehicles for us to explore the world, a journey story versus a themed story, blah 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 blah. There's plenty of that also in my writing stream, but today I wanted to talk also when going about designing, actually, like actual iterations, which is the famous funny word that we're going to be talking about today. We won't have time for iterations. We will only have time for the first iteration in what should be thousands of iterations for the one character you're going to make. And again, you shouldn't feel like a failure if you don't nail the best character design on the first try, or if you end up making 1,000 iterations and then come back to the first one and make a few minor tweaks. That's fine, but it's important that you try the same art on different art styles and the same character on different styles and genres and shape languages and color styles, so long as they identify properly what you're trying to convey through them. And I want to show you something very cool. I found, and we were talking about this yesterday, how Monsters Inc. has a very particular art style in the first movie, right? But I want to show you the conceptual art. And this is something that I recommend you guys do. Every time you have a favorite cartoon, go for the conceptual everything. The character reference sheets, the official ones, and then the iterations past them. And I want to show you this. And I have the link in the description if you guys want to see. Apparently, this is a whole website. Character references, the art of animation. Animation is a medium that requires you to actually make the character reference sheets, because you have a team of animators that are going to imitate your art style, and all of them are going to expedite the art making process. You know, they're going to keep making more frames per second, and you won't be alone in the whole thing. So in order to do that, you gotta execute the idea clearly, no matter the art style, no matter the placement. And so everybody does their own iterations and their own style and their own idea to try and see if there is one of the many thousands of ideas that not only sticks better, but also executes on the main topic of the story better. So we have a summary of the story, and with this we can start to actually think about all sorts of ideas. Of course, this is what we got. If it can load. Does it load? Oh, okay, here it is. So, this isn't what we got, right? But these were sketches for Boo and Sullivan and stuff. So, look at this. This was supposed to be the suit, and she was supposed to be a little bit more conscious, right? Less of a tiny twerp going around. Like instead of a 3-year-old, this one looks a little bit more lucid, like a 5-year-old or 4-year-old. Sullivan here looks a little bit grumpier. Here we have the more classic Blue, but he's got a different body shape, a different shape language entirely. He's not like this cozy bear that we got. He looks more like a teddy bear on the other one. In here, he just looks a lot more symmetrical, if you could call it that. Mike Wazowsky, look at that. He was supposed to be like, what, a meerkat? This is exactly what we got now. See? From this to this. And I think we prefer what we got, right? A more teddy bear style Sullivan with cute purple spots. A really charismatic ball-shaped Mike Wazowsky with arms. Yeah, exactly. The concept art is always interesting, and you get to understand, like, oh my god, we would have gotten this instead of that. Thank goodness. Again, iterations. Part of character design is for you to just go ham and try everything. And of course, try multiple styles, multiple moods. I mean, of course, we didn't get this, but if the idea of the story was that monsters scare children for energy, then you would want some scary monsters, right? Or at least that will be your first instinct. Your first instinct would not be to create this. We prefer the final art. Exactly. So you see why it's important that when you are iterating, when you are creating your own thing, be happy that you get the chance to just be free. You're an artist. You are a creator of culture. You are a creator of taste in a way. So you have to understand taste, you got to understand a bunch of other things to create something like this, and to not be so attached to the first idea or the second idea, because you might say, oh, this idea is a lot better than the first one, which might have been like this. Oh, it's a lot more charismatic. Now we're going for a different mood. It's not like actually scary. It's more like an actual comedy drama. And now we have this. Some more symmetrical, more friendly. And let's see other concept art. This is perhaps one of the other artists in the team making the suit of Boo, which feels more like an epic Caroline kind of, I mean Coraline kind of style, right? Because this looks like something that you would animate in claymation. And the colors kind of don't match, like this ugly green blue and this green yellow. They kind of don't pair. If it was like yellow green at the socks here, or vice versa, blue green on the hair, then it might have matched. But in any case, it's still a really cool concept art, you know? This is what Boo would have been. She here looks a lot more like a 10-year-old, right? Also, hello, Julius Cartoonist. Welcome in. That remind me of one question I had. And that was, if you draw a character and you have to draw it again, what do I do if the different drawings of the same character don't look the same? This is exactly why I talked last time about, let me see, where do I have it? Do I have it somewhere? Because we talked about that last time and I actually wanna go back to it. Well, I don't have it here, so let me just look it up. This is something that I like to see all the time. This is what is called a reference sheet. And when it comes to reference sheets, let me see if I can make it bigger so you guys can get to it. Oh my god. Dude, stop. Oh wow. You won't be able to see this very well. So as you can see, you have a character, right? And you have like a palm stretch, some of them have like a T-pose. This is the developer room 3D asset T-posing, but in 2D. You're supposed to actually have all of the details of the characters, the back, the side view, the 3/4, the one without the cape, the one with the cape, a close-up of their mouth, of the different colors that they might have. You see all the details. You gotta make sure that all of it is registered. There should have been one of her without the cape. There is one without the cape, but side view. There should have been one of her from the back. But yeah, in any case, the idea is to get across how they are supposed to look, and you have to match the style every time. You gotta match the proportions every single time. Or at the very least, comparably to the environment, it should always be sort of nailing the style itself. If you can't nail the style all the time, then you should practice more consistency. You know, get out of here. You should practice more consistency so you can be able to nail it all the time. At least when it comes to animation, you really don't want the art style to change. And if your art style changes constantly, then it might just mean that you're not very sure of the current iteration, and you should continue to make more iterations until you're happy. Because once you're executing on the idea, on the comic, on the movie, on the whatever, on the illustration, there shouldn't be any variation. You know, there should be more consistency. You should strive for it. I mean, of course, again, if you're not sure about the design, keep iterating, keep creating more, and then you'll be able to nail the one style. But you can't be constantly jumping unless you finish a project and then you move on to another project, like, oh, season 2 or episode 2, and then you polish them a little bit better. Have you noticed in the Amazing Digital Circus? Hang on. Let's go to YouTube. Let's go to YouTube and check out the Amazing Digital Circus, the first episode. Well, no, not the third episode. No. The first episode. There we go.
En nuestro país, cuando algo nos gusta mucho.
Hush. And skip. So let's look at the design of, like, say, I don't know, Pomni. Let's look at Pomni here. Look at her design, not her design specifically, but on the rendering of her suit. It's kind of matte, you know, it's kind of matte. There is no shine to it. It's very there is a little bit of shine here, but it's a little bit more clay than anything if you look at the, and also the animation itself. I mean, there is reflection on Kane's eyes, but look at the general lighting and look at the general quality of this, and then look at the more recent. Which one would it be? Oh, that's the 3rd episode. Where's the 4th? The 4th episode. Here it is. 4th episode. Gosh. I mean, yeah, it is still a little matte in this scene, but let's go find another one. Oh yeah, there is that one close-up. Like, look at that. Even the eyes shine now. The hair is a little bit more rendered. She's like less clay, but still, like, it's kind of clay, but there's like a more polish to it. So it's fine to change the style a little bit for the sake of quality control, but you still got to make sure to stay on model, which is one of the reasons to make a character reference sheet, to stay on model, even if you're improving the quality of said model, if it's 2D or 3D, either way. What do you want for Christmas? I want food. Man, I just want to sleep. Mark Hamill did him well. Oh yeah, his voice was just amazing, especially if you're working with other people. Mine changes a lot, but I think that's more than my style hasn't really come into being. Exactly, that's pretty much my thought, and that's not bad. It's not bad that you're still exploring, but I urge you to explore very, very hard. Like, just go crazy. Try traditional art of multiple styles. Try digital of multiple styles, 3D, 2D, animation, and then you'll be a little bit more consistent the more you, again, depends on the story you're telling, but it's an exercise. And also, I just need to draw the character over and over again. I'm feeling good at drawing the character in different poses. Yeah, you gotta get familiar with it. That's one of the reasons why I suggest also to simplify. Look at Pomni and all these character designs. Sure, they are changing outfits, but the more clear parts of their character is very obvious. You see, some of the most important things about Pomni is her face and her gloves. So she can just have a different outfit, and it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter what she's wearing, so long as the more important aspects of her character are clearly visible. Which obviously, like I said, it's generally just her gesture hat and her, yeah, and that goes for every other character too. I also don't art as much as I want to either, though I'm hoping I can do more next year. Yeah, just be a little consistent, but don't be sad that you don't actually do it every day. It's kind of tiring, and honestly, it's not the vibe. The difference between episode 1 and 4 is noticeably it's more shiny. Yeah. I love that it seems that every character in this show seems to have different material for every character. Pomni seems rubber on the way that she moves. Zubul seems more plastic. I see what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Even Gummy Goo. Oh, and of course, the Glowing Queen is very much reminds me. Most of the digital circus reminds me of McDonald's Play Place, which is, I guess, one of the reasons it looks so well in this environment. The budget increases for digital circus. Oh, I can notice that. It's perfect. Oh, and Ragatha has this also quality of stop motion animation. Oh my god, do you see this? Look at the texture in Ragatha. It's genuinely ragged, but of course her hair is digital. At least I see pixels in her hair, even though it's trying to imitate cloth. But everything on Ragatha here is just perfectly cloth. Look at that. Oh, it's so good. And on the first episode, I don't think this had the stitching. There's stop motion animation there, but there is also stitching. Let me see the first episode. Let me see a scene with Ragatha. The hat too, yes. Oh, you see, she's a little bit more smooth. Is there like, yeah, there is a close-up of Ragatha when she's showing around her room. There, here. Okay, yeah, here. This is the closest that we get to her. Look at that. There's very few, well, there isn't any. Is this in pure HP, pure full power HP, HD? Yeah. There is, like, it's a little blurry. She's only got texture on her clothes, but not her skin. There's like a little noise to it, but that's pretty much it. Yeah, she's a lot smoother, or at least it's more noise than a genuine texture. Yeah. So yeah, you can definitely change art styles midway, but make it so either the thing is clear and you know, the rendering of the execution of it is a lot better. But you know, don't do something like American Dragon. Y'all remember that show? Okay, so if none of y'all saw this show, American Dragon is the story of this guy, this kid that lives in, I think, New York, I forgot, and he can turn into a dragon, and he's a superhero. And the thing is that midway, this is the art style, right? This is the art style that was back in the day, the original one. Here's the American Dragon. Look at that body of that dragon. Look at that design. Look at that cool art style. And then look what happened on the next seasons. This is his family. And yeah, this is what they look like now. Feel old yet? Like, yeah, he looks very different here. But now look at the dragon. Like, I wouldn't be mad about the kid, because yeah, look, like, yeah, sure, the first one is a lot more rounded, has less more beveled edges to it, more squishy, and the other one is a lot more spiky, more edgy. And I'm like, okay, it's a little cooler, I guess. It's a lot more cool, edgy. I'm into it. But then suddenly, look at how the dragon looks. Look at how the dragon looks when it pops up. Oh yes, like they changed directors or something. I'm not sure. But where's the dragon? Okay, so this is the original dragon. Oh yeah, and here's the new one. Look at that. Yeah, exactly. The dragon doesn't look strong. It looks skinny, and like the first one was very muscular and strong. And look at this one. It's a string bean, and I just don't see power in this dragon. I just see speed and cunning. But Jake is meant to be like this, you know, this normal teenage boy that is a little bit dumb on the head, but is courageous and strong. And that's what the original design looked like. You see, strong and powerful with a huge shape language, and suddenly he just became a string bean. Yeah, but in New York, he's the American Dragon. The art changed, something fans hated. Question: why did they change the art style? The dragon design doesn't look strong. I don't quite remember. I think it was like a change of director, but that was like, Blanca, please don't spam. Please don't spam. So yeah, hang on. So, but yeah, I don't quite remember why they changed it. I think again it was more a change of personnel. That's not drawn the way the show movement. First design had the muscle. Yeah. Again, different shape language conveys different personalities. Like this Jake Long looks a lot more suave and smooth. Again, the edges are very beveled and wow, you know. But the other one, he looks a little bit more dangerous, a little bit more edgy, and you know, that kind of stuff. So again, I don't know why they changed it. So yeah, you can change stuff midway, but no, don't do it like this, please. No one's gonna like it. This is, again, make character reference sheets and make a, I don't know, like make a mood for your show. Anyway, something else that I wanted to show you guys. Right, more of this. So we're back on this. So this was Boo, the original. Like we said, very Coraline. My friends hated the change. I hated the change too. Again, like you guys said, had the muscle. What happened to the muscle? What happened to the powerful fire-breathing European-style dragon? And I mean, look, I get it. Jake Long's family is supposed to be Asian, right? And Asian dragons are extremely different from European dragons. And this is another thing that I wanted to talk to you guys about specifically when it comes to character design. You gotta know stuff. You gotta know culture and you gotta know history. And in China and Japan, dragons tend to be more agents of luck, agents of fortune and peace and wisdom. They are signs of wealth and glory and honor. You know, you won't mess with a dragon not because they are strong and evil and powerful, but because they are gentle souls that are wise and the sign of, you know, they're just there, right? But in Europe, they are like, in Europe, they're more symbols of the devil. They're more symbols of evil, of ruthlessness, of greed and power, and conquering and ruthlessness. So you see, there's a big difference between also the signifiers. Like Jake Long is supposed to be Asian, yes. So therefore, the dragon he turns into should be more the Asian dragon, even though his mentality is more European and ruthless. Like there's a good contrast. But the show started off with an European more style dragon. Like you already have an established identity. Don't change it midway, especially when the symbols get skewed through, and then the person, the character, the personal character just doesn't match it anymore, and it's just a mess. I was just weirded out before adjusting. I adjusted too, though. The original Coraline was Boo. Every continent has a different dragon style. Exactly. Just made a mug of chocolate. Oh god, yes. Don't know what the English translation is, but the chocolate drink merely gone and nauseous. Oh no, wait, are you okay? Oh, that's probably it. Oh no. Oh no, please be safe. For instance, African dragons are wingless land beings with great power who are protectors and healers. There you go, see? Do you imagine that Jake Long, a European-style dragon, suddenly turned like a different culture entirely, which is what happened, but something that doesn't match who he is as a person. Jake Long is this courageous, virtuous character that feels more into the chivalry kind of style of character, you know, kind of dumb but virtuous, that kind of guy, hot-headed and, you know, literally hot-headed. So you would want someone that prioritizes strength and power over, you know, it matches his personality over something that is a little bit more slick and dynamic. So again, the style just doesn't match his personality either. Hello, big bro. How you doing? I'm doing great, Ryuken. I'm just discussing some character design stuff. You missed up on a lot of really cool things. So I suggest you, you check the beginning of the stream, at least until now. But happy to have you here from here on. Similar, some Asian dragons, while Europe demonized dragons, and also had knights fight snails everywhere. Yeah, the snails! Some of you wouldn't get it, but in every scroll, there are videos that talk about how medieval people drew snails everywhere on every design of the page, and nobody knows why. It's kind of funny. Anywho, let's check out more these character designs. Of course, this is the final design for the suit that Boo got into. Legs together, legs spread. Oh, and this is also important when you're making character reference sheets. Also include if the things are stretchy, you know, this is like you testing the material. Oh, look at that. They also added the little sack man that I told you guys about a few streams ago. In animation, one of the first things that you do is learn how to give life to something that is inanimate. And one of the things that's inanimate that you give life to is a little sack. Because sacks tend to have, you know, like a sack of flour. There's like weight to them. There's a little bit of semi-fluidity to them, but at the same time, they are solid, rigid things and weighty. So you can actually pretend they have little legs or little hands and make them look into certain positions. So they were channeling all that little Sackman energy into the suit that Boo has. And they're testing out how it bends. You see how the knee buckles here and it makes a little bend? And this is the side view of how that bend looks like and how it should look like every time you try and make a... You see, you're testing out materials in the reference sheet. This is a really good practice. Finally, I am done with work. It's so tiring, but I am here. Good. Now relax and absorb all this data. It's so good, all of this. Looking at other people's work and how they began doing their projects. It's just a fountain of inspiration and also a fountain of references on what to do next. Some people are lost, like, oh, what am I supposed to do now? It's like, just look at the art process of studios and other artists. Look at that. Yeah, just look at all this. Testing the material, seeing when they move the arms closer and the arms farther off. Like, what's the limit of the suit? Yep, all the medieval text has snails. A tip note for the animation and artist in character sheet. Yeah. And this is the thing. This character reference sheet doesn't include the back, so it's more like a dynamics reference sheet, like how does it move. So you should have multiple reference sheets, not just one. One of them should be like we discussed here, the actual general design. But this one is more about the behavior of the materials and the objects thereof. And maybe one where like, oh, it opens this way and it reveals this much about Boo's head, and you can have multiple angles where Boo is looking up at you with and without the hoodie, or down at you and stuff. How does that look like, and how it should, you know, how does it look as best as it can? You know, test that out. It doesn't have to be realistic, by the way. It just has to be enough that it looks good on screen. And it's not too out of the blue, because one of the things is suspense of disbelief. It's like, okay, I can understand how that makes sense, even though it might be unrealistic. Like, nobody wields a sword as big as Cloud Strife, but you would say, okay, he's probably just really strong, so you believe it. But you wouldn't believe it if the sword was the size of a skyscraper. That would be kind of stretching it. But again, video games like Metal Gear don't really care about believability, so they just have the guy wield skyscraper level swords, which, you know, sure, whatever. Just don't do it all the time. That will reduce issues, including notes like stretchy, hard, wobbly designs. Exactly. It's one of the reasons. Also, look, another Mike Wazowsky. Yeah, Mike Wazowsky used what was going to be purple and very thin, very hippie. One of the designs that I like for Mike Wazowsky that was like, really? That was going to be Mike? Is one where he doesn't have any arms. You know, he only has like the legs, and his hands are the legs, and that's it. We might be able to see it soon, but you see, it was meant to be hairy too. No horns either. Oh, this is the one we saw in the intro of the movie. Very cool. Another character design for Boo. Also, look at the skeleton they use. This is like a water drop almost for the entire body. Because again, children don't have any proportions beyond just simple shapes. They got nothing. So yeah, a little water drop for the body, and then a triangle for the dress, and little socks, like a nightgown, and pigtails are mostly a symbol of innocence, or at least childlike wonder. So I would, yeah, I can see the design process of this. Her head is round, meaning that she is harmless, but at the same time, all of these shapes like beveled triangles show, yes, innocence, but also like she's fast. And look at this, it's a beveled triangle, her head too, like the pigtails connect to make a triangle, but it's rounded. So she's cunning, she is she's got an attitude, but she's also very young, innocent, and playful. Wow, they went through a lot of design concepts. Yeah, like I said, I was not exaggerating when I talked about iterations being thousands of them. Because we want the final concept to be as clear as possible and, you know, as agreeable to everybody as possible. So we go through multiple designs, and that includes how the character moves. Is Mike Wazowsky really this energetic, or is he this energetic, or is this something he would do? Is it something that he wouldn't? In a way, you're making a person. Again, you're making a character, and the way they move is the way they act. It's kind of like you. Would you do this in real life? Yes, no? Then that characterizes you. Oh, look at this other design for Sully and Boo from another... Oh, from the same artist. Look at the signature. Wow, you see, I thought this was a different person because the art style is so different. But let me see, where did I saw that signature before? Look at that. It's the same dude that made this. There was a test animation with an armless mic design, and Sully looked different. Yeah, I saw that one too. I had the DVD and the special features, and I ate that up. It was so cool. You see, look at the signature. Okay. Oh, okay, so the signatures here are different. This is a different signature. You see, multiple artists are making this stuff. There's a different signature. Okay, so HJ also made this one. Okay, so it's a similar design, similar art style, but the design is completely different. So in this case, the nightgown basically is just a shirt, but it's really big for her, so it acts like a dress. Cute. Her hair is a little bit more matted. It's still triangular and very spiky. It makes her look a little bit more dirty, like a mop or a broom. But at the same time, there's a lot of round edges, so she still looks pretty innocent. Sullivan, yeah, he looks more monstrous, but these jagged edges make him look a little bit more tough than fluffy. It can make him look fluffy if they bounce around in terms of animation, but to me at first they look like rocks, kind of like coral. I don't know, it's like the first thing that came to my mind. But at least he still has like a very gentle thing. Again, one of the things about character design is semiotics, and by just adding glasses to him, we already can make him a little studious, and his head shape feels like a brain almost. So this Sullivan looks very brainy, and the antennae also makes him feel like he has some telepathic powers or something, like communication antennae. So he just looks like a character that focuses a lot on intelligence and gathering information, and maybe is a little awkward because he's intelligent but not socially intelligent. Maybe that's why he can relate to a little girl. It's like, yeah, I can take care of you, you know, you're quiet. But also when push comes to shove, he's probably shy, like a big gentle giant kind of language here. Okay, let's see. Oh god, water news. Yeah, his boss. Okay, so the thing about water news is that he was meant to be the villain, right? But he should look like a gentle boss too. So some of these just make him look like a crime boss, and that's not the... Well, he did have a little bit of crime boss energy in the final design, but this is a little bit much, isn't it? It's a little bit on the nose. It's way too much. The spikes, the everything. It's kind of like, yeah, this is obviously the villain, but we also want that water news be a little bit more gentle. So the final design that we got was a little bit more of the, yeah, I am tough, but I'm also comprehensible. That's why he has like these very round eyes that are that can actually be soft, but he still has like the claws and the big spiky legs. Yeah, he could have been worse. I kind of love the glasses on that version, right? Glasses on Sullivan look really cute. I think he still wears glasses in the final design, but it's less of a main feature of his style and more a something that he does. And again, there are complementary objects that you can give your character that they don't wear, but they use on their everyday life. Or maybe they just have in like a little bag and constantly pull it up, and that's one of their characteristics, but it's not part of their main design. But yeah, Waternoose could have been a lot more obvious villain energy, but instead we got something different. Also, look at the signature. The signature kind of changes in terms of positioning. That's pretty cool. Oh, another Boo design. Look at that. This one definitely is less shapy, more realistic in terms of, you know, higher on the uncanny valley, but not enough to be uncanny at all. She genuinely looks more Little Nightmare style, doesn't she? Sorry, I took a bite of an egg. Give me a sec. Yeah, I'm a little hungry. Yeah, that's tough when you think about it. Yeah, the balance. When you think about it, it's also tough for creating Waternoose concept because they're also trying to develop a world that monsters are monsters too. Aha! You see, exactly. Again, the first idea would be to make something monsters like that or monsters like this. It's the first idea, right? Oh, it's a world full of monsters and the ones that scare children for the sake of energy. So they had to mix industrialism with monsters, and it's kind of like, yeah, this is the kind of thing you would look at, and this would be kind of like an industrial, scary suit to wear. Very Batmanish, very industrial, very scary. But we got something completely different. We got a little bit of comedy added in there, so everything got more babyfied, but I think it's a lot better. And in a technical sense, it helped the studio because they overtook the challenge. They undertook it where they had to make Sullivan's hair, and that was a challenge and a half, but it was worth it. See, I think it's better how Waternoose appears as an understanding boss than Flips. Exactly. You need both shape languages. You need the round eyes for innocence and the softer features of like a wider, more comprehensive man, a shape you can hug, despite the fact that he's not fluffy at all. He's like a crustacean. So yeah, it's a double entendre in the design. It's like a protection layer of, oh yeah, you can trust me, and then yam. They needed to give him from form, but not that one you automatically judge. Exactly. Just ate lunch too. Yum yum. Like the mercenary leader in Atlantis, the Lost Empire. Ah, right. Yeah, have flexible characters that can go personality wise. They become very accessible. Oh, look, another. This one's funny because now we're imposing that she has enough consciousness and reflexes to actually distinguish fear and react reasonably. So again, glasses, huge indicator that she is smart. Roundness for the sake of innocence. She's still triangular for the shape of a little bit of cunning and a little bit of edge to her, but she's still very much, you know, clumsy. Look at that, holding the bat backwards. And the big fluffy bunny things. Oh, look, another, is this even Sullivan? No, I think this is one of the other monsters, right? Yeah, because we're trying to make a bunch of extras, but those extras still have to be appealing and interesting. So okay, we're still on the spooky side on this. We're still on the spooky side, but we still are now getting a little bit more of the goofy. You see, we're getting more expression out of them with their eyes and their mouth. Even though their bodies are very much dangerous and scary, we're still getting this type of tail. Oh, because it's the same guy that drew that Waternoose. It's the same artist. Look at the signature. The same dude, of course. That explains the tail style that looks more like a leaf and a bunch of spiky plants. I wonder how many artists worked on the concept art together, how many iterations they made on average. I have no idea. But see, the iterations also involve putting the characters in the environment, because when you test your character design in the environment, you have to design the environment, the mood, the colors that the entire factory is going to have against these monsters. And as you noticed, Sullivan is almost the same color as the walls, but he separates himself very well from it. Another suit, latex glove painted green, shower mat. Yeah, identify the material, so that way the art team can actually generate the textures themselves. That artist has a talent for horrifying others. Oh man, I would love to see a horror animation of these terrifying creatures. I love them, right? Also, another concept for the background. Again, the world is a character. You gotta dress them up. You gotta look for a feel, a mood. Don't think about all that much practicality. Like, oh man, would it make sense? Like, yeah, I mean, yeah, make enough so that it makes sense, but at the same time, leave enough intrigue to be like, wow, that's weird, or that's silly, or that's interesting. Again, this is a cartoony world, so you would like to be cartoony with it. Be free. Be free, but don't harm our suspense of disbelief. It's like, okay, that's a little too, you know, there's a limit depending on the art style. The more cartoony you are, the less reliant on the world of physics you are, but the more realistic you make your designs, the more they obey the laws of physics. And that's kind of how I know that a horror movie is going to, or that a movie is going to be horror or scary or actiony, when I notice that the characters, despite their cartooniness, obey the laws of physics or are actually harmed and don't have that that rubbery flexibility that cartoons have. It's kind of like what Waffles is doing. Waffles Animations, who he should be in the chat, is making these characters that are cartoony, but they still obey the laws of physics in terms of, oh yeah, they get hurt and they bleed. So it's like, oh my god. So it's a little bit more scary and more full of stakes when these characters actually get hurt. But his other project, Eyes, the Eyes program, it's more surreal, so I don't know what these characters are capable of. I don't know the mythos of their limits of their body, so I'm a little bit less scared about them falling to their doom. But even so, it's still really good. It's something that it just means that anything can happen. So I'm wondering, oh my god, what can happen in this fantastical world? You see, your projects, your world should make me get excited about the possibilities of it. And if there are very few possibilities, oh my god, what's gonna happen? More dramatic that way. Look at this. This one's a little bit more realistic than the previous one, so this one's a little bit more wacky, but this one definitely is just more cozy. Look at this. How cozy this is. This is, of course, Sullivan's living room. One for Mike Wazowsky and one for him. Also, you notice how the furniture is modeled after them? Mike Wazowsky would obviously buy a beanbag style for his own body shape, and Sullivan would be a little bit more bipedal stuff, you know? And notice that there is a hole at the back of the chair for his tail. That is a very good detail. Oh my god, this food is so good. It's very cozy. And it makes sense for them. Of course, the triangular semicircle door is a little bit funny though. Monsters Inc. But the friendly monsters eat the humans and run around creepily and still talk and do all the things the other, but slasher type thing going on. Yeah, it's modeled for their form. So Pixel, you would like a more rated R Monsters Inc. where they, or you know, I wouldn't mind the scary designs, but I wouldn't make it like very bloody or gory. I would make it gory in the sense of, oh, maybe there's a street vendor and they're eating like a monstrous creature and they're like skinning it live and barbecuing it in front of people, and it looks kind of gross, but at the end of the day they serve this beautiful plate, so it's kind of like a double entendre of, oh my god, that's so weird, but also wow, it looks actually appetizing. So it's like scary but wacky and wholesome, even despite how it looks. 𝐿 does this. She makes like the most gory looking things, but also she makes the cutest looking things in the same world, and it's just, it matches. I love it. It makes me think of Nightmare Before Christmas too. Intentionally spooky looking but fun. Exactly. I love it. Oh look, was this supposed to be her, the secretary? Rated PG-13 type, but you know, it wouldn't be blood. I would actually leave the blood. I would allow the blood, but it's like alien ooze, greenish blood kind of thing, you know? So it's gory, yes, but it's alien gore, you know? It's not people gore. I think it's one of those things that you can allow to happen. Like, for example, Samurai Jack got away with a lot of violence, but it's because the villains that Jack killed all the time were robots. So you got robot gore. You got a bunch of oil spilling everywhere as if it were blood. You got Jack making all these terrible fatalities, but every time he fought a person that was alive, he just knocked them out until the last season. But you know what I mean. And even then, it wasn't all that bloody, despite them making it a little bit more adult by the final season. Also, but look at this. This Mike Wazowsky had a soul patch. But I mean, not a soul patch, sorry, a goatee. Had a goatee there. A little more suave, a little bit more play, you know, just looking very shifty. And she's like, I don't care for that. I'm gonna bunk. Watch out, Mike Wazowsky. Oh, and this is what we talked about last time too. Making sure that your character designs are dynamic enough and distinct from one another. Look at this roller coaster. Look how tall Sullivan is. Look how short this guy is. Look how slightly taller this guy is. But also the one is a fish. One is like a tentacle amoeba. The other one is just a stick with an eyeball. The other one has claws. Another one has a bunch of eyes. One has like headphones, and it's just like a normal dude. And then the scare monsters was like a shell, like crab shell. One has the spikes and it's like slithering around. One only has 2 thumpers. One's a little bit more charismatic. One has a billion tentacles. One is just a stick with hair. Oh, and I think that this guy at the end can stick his eyes on his body as many as he wants. He can just pull them out like clay. This is so cool. Like, don't be afraid to make different characters look very different from each other. Don't do the same body type. Look at this. The only humans I can remember Jack killing in the OG season were the bounty hunters, but there was no blood. It was one episode focused on the hunters instead of Jack. Yeah, but even then, if you notice, he doesn't actually kill them. Well, unless they explode. If they explode, you can assume they're either dead or knocked out, which is one of the things that PG-13 cartoons do. They make either explosions or they make the villain fall to their death. You know, no gore involved. But for the most part, when Jack cut limbs, they were all robotic limbs, even if they were from a living creature. The 2 monster groups look more similar on the final design than I thought they would. I remember the intro sequence with his eyes popping out flashed true. They did not explode. Then I have to recheck a few of those death scenes. But yeah, it was rare. It was a rarity that Jack killed anything. Oh, look, another Boo suit. Another Boo suit design. I like this one too. Oh, the other one was a little bit more tame. Give me a second. Let me take a bite out of this. Last one, I promise. Oh, welcome back, Waffles. Oh, the bounty hunters did not explode. Ah, there we go. I didn't quite remember that scene. Also, welcome back, Waffles. Yeah. We were talking about all the different iterations that they had to go through And all the clever designs, like this is Mike Wazowski's, obviously, and this is Sullivan's because of the tail hole, and yeah. So yeah, we're just looking at all these things. I was also mentioning. Sorry, got something stuck. I was also mentioning how, despite something being very cartoony, you can expect them sometimes to bounce back if they are very cartoony. But then there are things where they obey the laws of physics, and I used both of your projects as an example because I really like that your Evenstein project is very much cartoony, but they can still get hurt. They still obey the laws of physics. So there's a lot more stakes involved, right? And I really like that about what you're doing. But then the ICE program is the opposite. It's a lot more surreal and cartoony, so I don't know what's possible in terms of, I'm not afraid that they will get hurt physically, but because the world is so whimsical and so fantastical, I'm still excited to see what happens in this world with new rules and new laws and stuff. So you see, in both of your projects, there's a really good example on that style of character design, on them obeying the laws of physics in their world. I thought you were listening to that, so but yeah, I really like what you're doing there. Oh, look at that, more texture tests for Sullivan. Again, they were struggling with, should we give him hair? Because the technology was not good at the time for making hair like they did in the actual movie. So they were testing a bunch of other styles. But again, the design of the character has to match the design of the world. And if the character itself doesn't match it, you just change it. Another Boo scene. Again, as I said before, if you want to really test your character design, put them in a scene like this. Like, oh look, it's Boo, the design they made over there, but hiding behind a chair. How does that look like? There you go. Another Boo. This one has like a sock puppet. Perhaps a reoccurring prop that they use across the movie, but you know, we didn't get this kind of Boo. There we go. Now this is more of a, how does it look like in your world, a normal day? And there it is. Again, it's one of those things that you actually have to choose for yourself. This is what, pastels? This looks a lot like either pastels or what's the word? Oh, like a Crayola kind of art style. But it gives the mood. It gives the right mood of what we want. We want a world with monsters, but the monsters are also industrialized. Therefore, they have normal 9-to-5s. But the city is modeled after their monsters look and their necessities or powers, if they have any. What do I do if I draw a lot of monsters and I run out of ideas, or like every time I draw monsters it looks like another monster that already exists? Again, it's one of the reasons why you gotta investigate more. Monsters, what are they? Where do they come from? Study other cultures. How do monsters look in other cultures? For example, in America we have the monster under the bed, we got the boogeyman, we got, in Puerto Rico we have the chupacabra, we have there's like the Llorona in Mexico, there's the cryptids like the Mothman, Slenderman, Siren Head. You got body horror in Resident Evil. There's a little bit of that, and there's more psychological horror in Metal Gear. There's more robotic monsters there. Let's see, what else? Give me a video game or show or cryptid in cultures that have, oh, yokais, dude, yokais, skin shifters. What else? Oh my god, there's so many monsters in the world that you just have to go out there and also look. Notice that all the monsters that were chosen in Monsters Inc. are just a bunch of pear-shaped blobs, and the eyes are put in very creative positions. Like you see two of them are like antenna eyes, and the rest are just a bunch of eyes stacked together into blob bodies. This one is like a hairy body with horns and 4 eyes. Like, it's not unique. This was like kind of the original idea for Mike Wazowsky. You can recycle this stuff. Yeti, Bigfoot, the Jersey Devil. You can even just mix a bunch of animals together. Or study biology and study animals and see what quirks they have. It's like, oh, did you know that wasps inject their larvae into other babies, so when the babies grow, they are also holding a host, so then the baby can crawl and eat and crawl out of the host and become a new wasp. Oh, and then you can... Oh, I had an idea a long time ago. It's like, what if there's a character that has this kind of parasite? Okay, so this is gonna be a little gross. So you know that snails have like eye stalks like this, right? Obviously, this is like a normal snail, albeit no eyes, right? No glowy eyes. But there is a type of larvae parasite that gets into their eyes like this, and they try to break through like that because they want birds to eat the snail, and so the parasite's life cycle continues. Of course, the snail can survive and regrow the eyes, so it's fine, sort of. But I can make a character out of this, you know? Imagine like a snail girl, and she is just bumbling around because, and there's like classmates that are bird characters, and then like her character is the parasites. Like, she's not in control of her body. It's like, like I've had ideas with stuff like this, and this is kind of monstrous, right? So yeah, there's plenty of ideas that you can have out there in the world, but you need to study a lot about the quirks of your reality, whether it be biology, whether it be machines, whether it be armor, whether it be social studies, psychology, and then mix things together. Like, oh, I have an orange in my hand right now, and there's like a penny here, and there's my cell phone. Can I combine these things to make something interesting? Oh, I can make a phone with a cover that looks like an orange, and the software is all about stocks and money. Or maybe a penny shaped phone, or like a token that looks like a penny but it's edible, but it also works as a phone. I don't know. Like, yeah, the point is, have fun with combining things and making your world more splendid. So if you run out of ideas, investigate, study, watch movies, read books, have fun, hear music, get inspired, fuse ideas, things that people would never think about, that only you can think about. Also, hello, Brian. Oh, you brought a cookie. You brought a cookie. Thank you, Brian. Oh, there's enough for everybody. Nice. My local area's Native American tribe have goblin-like creatures they blame on bad things. Yeah, there's one. You see, already an idea. I found the name via Google. 𝐒𝐞𝐭'𝐬. The 𝐒𝐞𝐭'𝐬. Oh yeah, the snail's eye parasite. I know about this from Monsters Inside Me, the show. Oh gosh. Snail type human mix. Kind of like the one, those zombie fungus in The Last of Us. Yeah, but I thought of an idea that wasn't so monstrous. So I thought, what if it's play for laughs, that nobody really... and then suddenly one of the bird friends like, hold on, let me help you out. And then like peels off the eyes to eat them. And then she returns to her normal self because she can regenerate her eyes. It's like, yay, I'm free, thank you. It's been months. Wow, I'm blind. And then the next day she has another parasite. It's like, dude, did you eat parasites again? But they're so delicious. Yay! Again, more ideas that you can have depending on what you want. That's why I love The Last of Us. It makes it believable to have true biology-based monsters. And you know what change did they had in mind to make this plausible, or at least believable? In your body temperature is like around 60 degrees or something, I forgot, and up, and that's more or less the general temperature where spores and fungi and bacteria die. So there are certain bacteria that cannot live within your body, therefore you don't get sick. It's also one of the reasons you get high fevers, because when you get fevers, the body is just saying like, hey, which one of us is gonna die first? So it increases the heat, so then the bacteria that's inside your body does not hurt it at full capacity. It slows it down, it hinders its progress, but it hurts you too. So it's kind of a self-destruct mechanism. You see, understanding all these things can get you to make a lot of amazing concepts. So study, hang on, let me make this more dramatic. Study everything. Oh, does it have nothing to do with animation? I don't care. Study biology, study science, study engineering, study airplanes, study everything, and you'll have a lot to mix. Yeah, and they did do temp scans, I think, in the game to find the infected. Exactly. Let's see another one. Oh, Monstropolis design. We never actually got a shot of the whole city. We only got a shot of a few buildings, and I think that's clever. Like I said before, you don't really need to flesh out absolutely everything about your world. Only what matters, and what matters in Monsters Inc. was the factory and Sullivan's house, and maybe a few set stages like the restaurant and parts of the, you know, the whole world was the factory. Things inside the factory and the daily life of these monsters. So maybe like a street, their house, a basement maybe, but never ever did we get an establishing shot that was the actual world and how it worked, because we don't really care. It would actually hurt our attention if we got this bird's eye view shot of the entire city. We could get maybe a view about it, but not really a focus on it. Otherwise our questions would be more like, oh, will we explore the world? But we never do. It's kind of like false advertisement. So just say like, oh, we're going to live the whole world right now is the factory. That's it. So they you know, they were really clever on that. And yes, they did do a temporal scan. Okay. This says keep learning, study everything. Keep learning, study everything. Literally, I'm not joking. Me, I'm a fan of astronomy. I'm a fan of science. I'm a fan of engineering. Even though I have no clue how things get to happen, but at least I understand the mechanisms of reality. Therefore I'm less afraid of them. It's a little more frustrating because nobody knows the things that you learn, and it's a little lonely. But you fear less things and you become more creative because you have a lot more toys to play with and combine. So it's very much worth it to be studious, not to be overly intelligent. Don't be obnoxious that way, or, you know, don't blow yourself that way. You don't really need to know exactly how things work, just understand them. I don't know anything about physics and about the formulas. I don't really care about that. What I care about is what's actually inside a black hole, and how can I visualize it, and how can I draw that. And I mean, I actually do care about it, but I'm not smart enough or interested enough to learn the actual formulas, and that's fine. Maybe one day I will, but right now I'm more intrigued about the fact about what does it mean to have a black hole in existence, or what does it mean to have bacteria force the body to try and self-destruct itself. And how can I avoid a headache without having to drink a pill that might hurt me? Oh, just drink a bunch of water. Oh, look, I have water on the side. I don't have a headache anymore. I don't need pills. Ta-da! You learn things. Oh, and that also matches on the daily life of the monsters, because now the monsters might be similar to us, and we can say, we can make more relatable humor that way. When people actually make relatable humor and they actually also include a solution, it's so timeless and cool. Have you noticed in some cartoons that the characters become smart enough to actually diagnose a character of, oh, you're just really depressed and you could use a friend, or you could just stop eating this that will make you sick. Oh, Scott Pilgrim, when it says like, I could eat garlic bread all the time, and then Ramona goes like, bread makes you fat. Bread makes you fat? Like tidbits of logic that it's missed. Sometimes I learn more on cartoons than on real life stuff in school. Oh look, when Boo joins all the other kids. Oh, this scene is great. When all the other when this guy bites Mike. Oh, that's so good. A lot of monster ideas or inspirations I get is from the person that makes those horror black and white mangas. Yeah, again, inspiration can come from everywhere. It's one of the reasons why you have to just study everything, especially the things that you like. Don't study the things you don't care about. Study the things that you are obsessed with. Things that you could sit down and talk about for hours, like I'm doing right now. And trust me, you will have inspiration, but it has to be things that you like or things that you're curious about. And when you discover them and you're excited for it and you want to share them, don't tell anybody. Express it through the arts, because that's the other clever thing, right? You want to tell everybody about your OC and about your ideas, but you know what's better than that? Making a comic or making an animation and showing them. Show, don't tell. That's another discipline for the artist, but you know. Ito, yeah, it's horror. His horror is wild. Junji Ito, yes. Oh, did you know? That's a good example, Grim and Pixel. Thank you for telling me. Guys, Junji Ito used to be a dentist. He used his knowledge from dentistry to make the most horrific, anatomically weird things. Junji Ito is amazing. All because he knows dentistry. Oh, hold on, give me a second. This is wild. This is crazy. Hold on. All right, sorry about that. I'm back, guys. Don't worry. I was just showing. My mom came in early. Yeah, she came early from work. That's great. The thing is that I was showing her what we were doing, and I was showing her all the monster designs because we saw the movie before, and it's like very nostalgic for us. So I'm like, oh, look at this, look at that, look at that. I'm excited. Anyways, let's get back to where we were. Let's keep checking out where we were doing. Also, hello, Forgotten Toast. Welcome in. We're just looking over some of the original designs, and look at how much there is. Look at all of the character designs and iterations, because the point that I wanted to make from the very start is iterations. Look at all the things that we had to go through. Look at Sullivan. Nick Nerva, 1997. Colored pencil. You see? Concept art for Solly. Solly went through so many rewrites. Look at that. What else? What else? Oh, again, drawing a scene. You don't have to make it very detailed. You just need to make a scene from the movie or the show you want to make and get that feeling, that mood out there, and see if it works or not. I'm good. Got a snack. Cool. Good. How about you? Hey, how's everyone? My favorite story or monster from him is that very unique monster that literally just spiral and makes everybody that reads his book scared of a simple spiral. Oh yeah, that's, I think, Uzumaki, which, not to be confused with Naruto, more to yeah, Ito with the spiral thing. That explains a lot. Yeah. Junji Ito being a dentist. Welcome back. Yeah, thank you. Has great character design. Exactly. That's why I wanted to use this as an example. Grab the show that you like, whatever it is, and study the concept art and understand that your show, your comic, your media, your story will need to go through the same thing. Don't feel like a failure if your first attempt of making a character design fails or you're not happy with it. Iterate, make thousands of designs, and try and see what sticks better for the story you're trying to get. Making a furry character is the hardest at list for me. Yeah, I mean, look at this. Sullivan at some points looked like he was hairless, but some of them he is. Some of them the hair might be a little bit tighter, and in the final design we got a very hairy Godzilla-esque Sullivan. Boo's Dolly. Oh, even the props that belong to the characters can be made like a reference sheet for them. Oh, again, another scene. Choosing the colors for impacts and energy is another design factor for the world. Because that way, every time there's yellow like this, you understand it's for this. You know, you won't see this anywhere else. You need to specify what colors and shapes mean in your world. So then people can make inferences and they can make informed decisions on whether to fear it or to like it. Sometimes the color blue is good in a few games, sometimes it's not, you know? Again, another scene, more or less studying what the factory would feel like or look like. It's not like a final look design, it's more like just understanding the world you're building. You see, this is closer to what we got. And compared to this one, you know, everything is very gloomy. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Give me a second. Someone's calling me. There you go. So yeah, instead of this gloomy scene and scenario, we got something a little bit more closer to Aperture Science. You see, it's very industrial. It's very orange, very nice. Oh, for a country, you need to focus. Yeah. If I remember, they made a whole hair simulation thing for just Monsters Inc. Yes. Again, it's one of the things that I say that it was tough. It was tough to make, but it was worth it. Because at the end of the day, the industry entirely benefited from Sullivan's hair simulation, you know? Oh man, you see more background monsters. And that's another thing. Again, I think it was Pixel that said, what if I run out of ideas for background monsters? Just do silly stuff like this. Again, change the art style and get creative. Look at this. Who would have thought that a spider octopus would wear cowboy shoes and a little cute hat, and maybe the bow is also... Oh no, he's got a little claws and he's setting up his bow. I thought the bow had hands. File these. Yeah, you see all the styles that were involved even before we got the final design. So they were doing traditional design, they were doing digital design, they were doing 3D. If I remember, yeah, the whole thing with the hair. It's kind of wild, the industry wide effect on the hair simulation. Yes. And I think it was Encanto that also added more detail to the development of hair. Rapunzel also. Yeah. Oh yeah, now there's a more detailed on like a more established kitchen set. That's good. I forgot about this. There's a door for Mikey and a door for Sully. That is adorable. I get it. Adorable. Wow. Adorable. Oh man, but yeah, this is great. This is good world building. I like this. I think he did a similar thing with Tangled and Brave. Brave, yes. Had a team just for the hair. Exactly. Wow, but Brave was crazy because Brave didn't have like a very clean hair. It was like this puffy thing. Oh man. Oh yeah, Mike's girlfriend. Let's just scroll all the way down to this. Oh yeah, Mike's girlfriend. I think there was another design that I saw where she was completely different, like where she had 2 heads instead of a bunch of snake heads. Even the prop decoration, see? You also gotta have concept art for that. Another scene where the logo might be, maybe the Monsters Inc. logo was red, but it wasn't at the end of the day. They kept it all blue. More ambient scenes. That's pretty nice. I want to get to the... Oh, man. Yeah, this. Yeah. She had accurate curly hair, and that's amazing. Very accurate. I think I have semi-curly hair, but it's more wavy than curly. I'm right. I've been combing it since last night, and it's still like very frizzy. I don't know. It's like a mixture of straight hair and curly hair. It's a mess. But yeah, look at that. Look at that Mikey. Look at that raggedy punk Mike. I think this is the one that I was mentioning in the description. Very punk. And also look at that. It's very reptilian, but also very hairy. And reptiles don't have hair. But combining it, it looks monstrous. He looks like a drunk dad. Exactly. And, you know, again, that's one of the things. If the character design makes you feel a certain way and people around you say, oh, he looks like a drunk dad in your cartoon children's show, maybe you should change something. Or a lot. Mike with the hair. Yeah. Oh, and this is what I wanted to get into. This was one of the original designs for the agents. The containment clean agents. This is one of the many designs they got. Oh, look at this study. This study is less about what Mikey's made out of and more on the study of his expressions and his poses. Again, not all characters will pose the same way, and depending on their anatomy, they will not emote the same way either. Sullivan has 2 eyes, so he will never emote the same way Mikey does. And Sullivan is more gentle. Mikey is more aggressive in that sense, so these expressions are unique to Mikey forever and ever. Especially if it doesn't match the character you're writing exactly. The mood of your story and the character you're writing exactly. Oh, and look at this. Look at this Fallout looking Warhammer style containment cleaner agent. We got something very different, didn't we? Now this one looks a little bit closer to what we have, but more raggedy instead of latex rubbery suit. Mikey Styles went through a lot of iterations, and he's just a ball with an eyeball. Oh, look at this. This is a lot more monstrous. Again, don't be afraid to experiment with something more horrendous, or something a little bit more cutesy, or a little bit more traditional, or a little bit more digital. Don't be afraid to experiment. The point is, make something with your own hands and try and see what sticks for your story. Also, look at the shape language in this Mikey. Look how different it is. He's a lot more angular. He's still beveled, but there's a lot more intensity on those edges. I cannot imagine Mikey wasn't a theater kid at one point. Yeah, you see? Oh man, look at that. That is so good. That is so good. That is scary. You don't even need to show the monster. If you want actual scary, sometimes obfuscating information and denying a lot of detail is enough. Putting eyeballs where there shouldn't be is scary enough. Just eyeballs floating is scary. Look at this other one. This other cleaner crew design. And a lot more, more and more character sheets. Reference sheets. His soul patch. Of course, we got rid of all hair. Oh, look at this one. It's more like a dad. The unknown is scary. Uh-huh. Oh, and this is probably like just a splash of everything. That's amazing. Oh god, we'll pay $1,000 just to hang that up on my wall. I know, right? Again, some of these character designs don't studies do not need to be epic. They don't need to be amazing, but they need to slowly gain a clarity that is like what you will do from that moment on. I definitely had a hard time with posture with specific characters on my project, which is what I capture the more expressive, but some of them reason I avoided, which I really should do more. Yeah, but again, you can do it on a different project, because I really like the ducks you have for Eldenstein, and I like the eyes program designs, which is just a bunch of eyeballs with wings, or maybe just a bunch of TVs with bodies, or hoodies with eyeballs and live action shots. Like, you have a really interesting, unique style for those different properties. So when you make a different show entirely, change the art style completely and test a new art style, you know? So don't be afraid to experiment, but try and make it with something else, or maybe change the art style of something. But you know what I mean. Don't be afraid to experiment and change things up. What did that they say? You aren't afraid of the dark, you're afraid of what might be in the dark. Yeah. Oh, look at this guy. Isn't this a mood? Yes, the monster is alien. It's not human. But it captures the right mood. The eyes, the mouth, and what the appendages, the extremity hands are doing is enough. Also, the lighting. The lighting gives that emotion that gives you the understanding of how they feel. And yeah, this is night shift. We're just... ugh. Oh, this is a bit more abstract, but it's got the same idea when it comes to spooky. More studies. Oh, look. She was meant to have two heads. And again, all of this, there's so much. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. There's so much. All of this and more, I put it on the description if you guys want to watch more of all these and study them. And understand that this is what you're going to have to do for your shows and properties. But I want to move on to something else. You guys remember that I mentioned that we're going to create robots, right? Let's go back to Clip Studio. I have here, Clip Studio, the designs of the characters. Or at least the, you know, the basic of it. Where's the... oh, this is not what I want for. Yeah. This was the... I put them closer because I was using them to make the thumbnail. So we're making I want to start with the big robot, and I added to the whole chart. Let's fuse all these together. I added to the whole chart the Iron Giant as one of the concept ideas for the big happy robot. So we got these round eyes and these beveled edges, but also the Iron robot is very mechanical, kind of like the ones in Love, War and Robots, but not as much as like Astro Boy and Baymax. So I want something, and considering that the scientist is using our little big robot for manual labor, I don't think they would be very fluffy and soft, but they would be round to show that they're really strong but also sort of gentle. Oh my god, my Christmas poster is not done. I might have to move on. Yeah, if you don't have a project done, go finish it. All right, so we got all these ideas, but the thing is that if I want to make it a little bit more mechanical, I'm going to have to study a little bit of mechanics. Like I said, you can study character design, but you also have to study some real life things. And one thing that can really help out is this artist that I want to show you guys. Yeah, Space Goose. This person grabs just normal objects and turns them into ships or vehicles or items. Let me actually look for something. Oh, this. Look at what they did. They grabbed a lipstick and they turned it into a ship where a little kitty can be in. And how did they manage to do this? Because it's probably that they studied. Let me see. Yeah, here we go. And maybe an F-35. Like, you go in and study jets. Study drawing jets. Look at all the intricate pieces. Look at how it opens up. Look at how it, you know, like, study the design of these ships. And you can more or less be capable. Look at all these nuts and bolts. I recommend checking Isaac Asimov's art too. Oh, is that the one where the electric stage? Oh my god, hang on. Let me copy and paste this because that guy is amazing. Hold on. No. Maybe art. Okay, no. I'm thinking about someone else. But it's still really cool. Hold on, let me see. Lipstick cat worked nice. Yeah. Oh, I haven't seen this before. But you see, he grabs things that are real, that exist, but then he exaggerates and goes crazy with it. This feels very steampunkish because when you go on steampunk, okay, this is how it works. You create steam using coal in the case of a steampunk era. Steam trains and stuff. You put coal in an oven. The oven heats water. The water makes pressure and steam, and then the steam moves the machine, and the machine works. But now we have alternate source of power where maybe electricity now functions, but now you still want that tanky-esque look to the steampunk, so it's kind of like a mixture of both. You don't really need to know how exactly does it work, but you need to know the logic behind it, so then you can make like a believable mechanism and make things like this. Is this one of the things he made? 1990 Robot Vision. This is pretty good. This is kind of like Art Deco. Oh yeah, you gotta know about art movements too, and this is very Art Deco. Let me see. Well, Isaac Asimov is a writer. A lot of artists have done artworks. I used to enjoy going for walks and see nature around me and go to museums and practice drawing what I see. That's good. Exactly. Going for a walk, but also understanding what you're looking at makes it so you can accurately represent it. Me too. Or at least find the intricacies a lot faster, and then you can focus on what exactly to draw first, second, and last. Because if you don't understand something, you become overwhelmed. Fear sets into the hearts of people that don't know anything. So the more you study, the less afraid you will be of things, and the more you will be able to scan something and go like, oh, that's how that works. And then you can just draw it. You don't have to look at it sometimes. You just have to, oh, so that's how it works. I'll try and figure out how to make it work. Oh, steampunk reminds me of that Steam Boy and Ghibli movie. It had a good steampunk art. Random thought, but have you seen the animation Destiny by Walt Disney and Salvador Dali? It's amazing. Bauhaus style art is my favorite of mine. Let me see. Destiny by Walt Disney and Salvador Dali. It sounds familiar. It sounds familiar. Oh, I haven't seen it, but I think I've heard of this. Yeah, like they animated Dali's paintings, and it's just, God. Destino. Okay, I see. Okay, so I'm not gonna put all of it because I want y'all to be able to see it for yourself later. Just whatever's more fantastical here. Oh, look at that. Yo, look, that's so cool. I wonder how they did it. Was it actually vector graphics, or was it... Oh, no, I think that's cell animated. It would be strange if it wasn't. But I like how they ended up having like even an after image. Whoa, how it turned into a glove into that. Also, this on the side, this is a Roman column. How do I know it's Roman? Because these volutas, remember that I told you guys when I was making that the commission drawing, the volutas here, I forgot how to say it in English, but these details, these snails are tiny and they have more eucalyptus leaves. They should be bigger for them to be Greek. Also notice how it's like a flat side and a flat side that's repeated. So you see, now you know the mechanisms of this. It's repeated here and here. Now you can do it. Copy and paste. Actually, you can make it like a square, the design, and then warp it into place and then start painting it as a guide. You got to think of all these things technically. Like, how do I actually make it? And then get ideas, and then once you have an idea, then check out how they actually made it and then combine those two ideas. You know, that's how you grow. I'm aware that I'm better at pulling stuff from my imagination, but struggle to draw what I see, so that ends up limiting me a lot. Yeah, like I said, you gotta understand how things work, so then your imagination has more to play with and observe more things. Because sure, you won't have an airplane all the time in front of you, but if you Google this and then you start to actually draw what you see, then you'll get used to it. And then when you don't have it anymore, then they tell you, hey, draw me a jet, and then you'll be like, oh, I've seen a lot of jets. I remember that they have like an engine closer to the main body instead of into the wings. You will never put turbines on the wings of a jet. You will never do that, because that's not how jets work. They're meant to be at least the fighter jets, they're meant to be fast and dangerous. So they mostly would have guns, and they are compact because aerodynamics. You cannot have a single bump or it will slow you down or affect your trajectories. If they're a bomber, they will have their bombs inside, and if they have like this pylon on the side, this is for extra fuel. They will just let it go. Sure, some jets have a bunch of bombs, but they're like air-to-ground missiles. You see all the stuff that I'm telling you about jets because I've learned jets from a friend. Like, I know about jets, and therefore I understand what to do and what not to do when trying to draw them. I cannot draw them from memory, though. I cannot draw a jet from memory yet because I haven't studied them enough, but I know enough that I can make you a fantasy jet, and that will sort of make sense. You know what this stick is? This is for refueling in midair. Like, oh, I'm running out of fuel, but there's airplanes that are specific to, you know, connect to a hose, and then you get fuel through them, and there you go. You have extra fuel, and you can keep flying for a bunch of more hours. Look at all these ornaments. The bigger bombs are stored inside, and the ones that are more air-to-air and air-to-ground missiles can be on the pylons in the wings. But the turbines are never in there. They're mostly on the back for the most part. And then there are like the VTOL jets, which are the ones that land and fly horizontally. I mean, vertically. Hey, Deuces, I'm going to get my first ever draw animation tablet. Is there anything bad that I shouldn't do? In what way? Because if you know, bad as in taking care of a tablet, well, first things first, just read the instructions and make sure to understand whether or not your tablet is like waterproof, or if it's what's the word, if your pen uses batteries, what not to do with it. If it breaks in half like mine did, does it still work? You might not need to buy a new tablet or a new pen. I still need to buy a new pen, but mine, even if it's cut in half, the mechanisms are separate, so the, you know, you see, look at the mouse, it still works, so I don't need to buy a new one. But if you mean artistically, conceptual wise, that's a different loaded topic. So yeah, what do you actually mean? Hand drawn, I think they work together on it. Oh my god, if the Dali thing was hand drawn, it's amazing. We can never escape the snails. We can never escape the snails. Anywho, so this is what I wanted to show you. Well, I think I can take this one away, and where is it? I wanted to show you, oh yeah, this. So they understand how a jet looks, and then they just turn it into, the lipstick has a similar shape. And again, we're talking shapes, we're not talking about the actual design of it, because obviously a lipstick does not look anything like a jet, but it does look like a fuselage. And there are planes with this kind of design. Let me see. See the strange jet. There's like this strange jet. Yeah, but not quite this one. This one maybe. No, because it's like the cone has a hole on it. Oh god, the ugly goblin, I think it's this one. No, but no, that's not the ugly goblin. Sorry, this is like a Russian jet. Oh yeah, the ones with the things on front. I forgot the name of it, but there is a jet specifically that has a hole in front of it. I think it's for the exhaust port or whatever. This is one of them. Yeah, see, one of these that has like a hole in front. There is one that has more like an incline, and now you can compare that with the lipstick, and it's, you know, it's like, yeah, there you go. Also, make sure to check out pens and tips can get sharp and scratch the tablet. They can come with replacement nibs. Artistic. You don't have to go into deep explaining, just the most important things not to do. Is there anything bad that I shouldn't do? Okay, if you mean artistically, there are two things that I can think about. One of them is thematic things that you shouldn't do, and the other thing is like practice wise, like, oh, I you know, things that you should avoid in order to get better. Which one do you mean? Thematic things that you shouldn't draw because they will get you into trouble, or things that you shouldn't draw because they will stifle your growth as an artist? Which one do you mean? Chia Batista has some airplane-based women in a pinup style. So pretty. I do love the artistic take on every time spaceship thing too. Yeah. Again, if you like an artist, study their work. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. With a bunch of Allen keys, and it becomes like this. Again, an actual airplane would not look like this, especially a bomber or a fighter jet. But it still gives the illusion of, okay, this is bulky, but it's high firepower, and let's pretend that it has a fantasy fuel source. It still looks awesome, does it not? Look at that. If you have enough knowledge on fuselages and on cockpits, you can kind of say like, okay, we'll give it like a Star Wars cockpit, but everything else is just, look at that. It definitely looks like an airship. Oh, dude, look at that. Anything can be inspirational. Anything. But of course, if you if you study what we were talking about, like let me go back. Let me go back to what I was showing you guys before. Yeah, this. Yeah, it's like combine. No, we had a closer shot of that. There we go. We had a much closer. Yeah. So combine this technical knowledge on, oh my god, there should be cables here, there should be a big chunk here. They don't really understand how it works, more like how it looks and maybe a little bit of the logic, like, oh, this tank has maybe like a liquid that goes around, so there's like this tube, and then there's like a bunch of cables very well ordered here because that's how engineers like to do it. And then you combine this and then just put it on something ordinary like this, and look at, and again, look at how little detail there is here. It's just a bunch of triangles and squares, but it looks high-tech. Again, part of doing the art is creating the illusion that there is detail. That plane design looks so cool. Yeah, it does look like the 40K okay fighter with those guns. Isosceles Star Destroyer. Isosceles Star Destroyer. Also, look at this tool, this screwdriver. Now it's a satellite. Like, look at this. A Tabasco bottle is now a space station. So you see, stuff like this is what we have to do to now build our little robot. Of course, I have things in my mind that you guys don't right now, so I won't need to investigate that much right now, but I would still be making a bunch of iterations if I was actually making the robot thing that we were talking about into an actual show. So you gotta know a little bit of engineering stuff, and you gotta know a little bit on other ideas that people have executed, like, you know, all these robots, the fictional robots and the actual real life robots. Kind of like what I talked about in terms of soft robotics. Dr. Olivia Octavius is based on that concept. Let me look it up so you guys can see if you guys have never seen. Soft robotics is the idea of powering robots with very little resources, more plasticky, more based on pressure, more muscle based. Actually, let me look up a video so you guys can see. Soft robotics is so cool. Like, it's based on real life things. Here it is. You see, they're using air, they're using fake nerves and all sorts of other ideas to move around all these pieces. Did you know that spiders actually move without muscles? They kind of like, they're almost like pistons. They put in pressure and that's how they move. They don't move like with us with bones. And that's kind of like how they're making all these soft robots move too. Yeah. You see, you have like the Boston Dynamics robot dogs. And those move the way we do. Like, they give energy to the nerves in our bones, and then we can close and move around things to our muscles, blah, blah, blah. But soft robotics does not need any of that. They work mostly with pressure, with just electricity, contracting material, or with even hydraulics. If you don't know what hydraulics is, it's basically water, using water, pressure water, kind of like steampunk, but with the pressure of water. Yeah, dynamic darts are cute. Yeah. And now look at Dr. Olivia Octavius. And also it allows for more faster movements, because soft robotics are soft. They don't involve a lot of mechanical parts that are limiting, so they allow for more creative movement. Dude. Yeah, there we go. I tried to write it twice. But look at how okay, so the thing is that normal Dr. Octopus needs all of this metallic joint to justify how flexible this metal is. But with Olivia, because of soft robotics, oh, the ad. Because of soft robotics, she gets to be a lot more quicker and flexible. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, here it is. And at the same time, it's more mobile because she gets to hide the tentacles. You see? You already saw the science, and now you see the inspiration for this. It's one of the reasons why I tell you, study everything, and you can get stuff like this. And I mean, look how much more dynamic she can be in a place like this, and be very flexible. Eco-friendly Dr. Octavius. Nah, this is really cool. Oh, and you can have scenes like this. Hang on. You can have yeah, you can have little gags like this. Like, she barely got him. She almost got him. Tap 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 tap. Yeah, yeah. That's good. Oh, that's really good. True, because the soft robotics tech is possible. It's mobile. Yeah, it's mobile. I don't know how she got metal in the thing, but again, it's a plausible suspense of disbelief. Who cares? There comes a point when you're actually making a design that you just have to go like, who cares how it actually works? Like, it doesn't really matter. Okay, so I'm gonna take a picture of my headphone, because I think that there could be a really well hidden gem here. Let me show you guys. I'm gonna take a picture of my headphones. There we go. I'm gonna send it to myself, and I'm gonna use that to work on our big robot guy. I'm gonna send it through Messenger to myself. There we go. Send. And I'm gonna go into my desktop. Open Messenger. Got to leave some room for the science fiction to be fiction, lol. Yeah, exactly. You inspire yourself on the things that are possible, but then just, you know, do whatever. It's fantasy for a reason, right? It's science fiction for a reason. Okay, so I got it. I got the picture, and I'm going to just drag and drop it here. Okay, now it's in the software. Let me lower this so you guys can see. There you go. So these are my headphones right now. These are new, by the way. But I like the shape that they have. I think it's perfect for his head. Let me make it multiply so you can Yeah, okay. So let's actually, I'm going to make the original sketch transparent so that we can focus on this, and I'll make the headphones also a little transparent so I can get the shape, but not quite the all of it. Yeah. So let's begin. We got some mechanics, we got some... What does that... Wow, that does work so well for the robot's head. Yeah, observation is the most important thing for a digital... Oh, well, nah, not digital. Any artist. If you're an artist, you need your eyeballs. Especially if you're a visual artist. If you're a musician, you need your ears and you need your sense of rhythm and touch. If you're a cook, you need your sense of taste, blah, 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 blah. So just go outside or go through Google or Pinterest and look for things that are useful for you. Also go look at your house, look at your surroundings, look at nature, look at the machines around you, look at the logic of how they work and why they work, and then combine all of these meanings and mechanics to make a new meaning and new mechanics. You know, something cool for your story. They don't need to make sense. They just need to make you feel a certain way. That's the whole point of it. Oh, and make you expect things. Because if you know that when the light turns red, the crusher crushes, and the characters are in the conveyor belt about to get crushed, then you make a sense of a fear on the audience without having to explain, oh guys, when it goes red, and they're about to die, so you should be afraid right now. You know, it's just, you don't say things, you show them. The more you can do that, the better. Make us feel that the color red is scary in your world, because it means, oh, the machine's about to crush something, haha. We shouldn't be in the conveyor belt when the light is red. Oh no, they're doing that. Oh, I'm scared, they're gonna die. And there you go, you've made tension. Oh my god, Vsauce made an experiment, I think it was in Minefield, where there were people, right? And they were shown a purple circle. And I think it was like, I don't know, like as an example, a blue square. And every time that in the screen, the purple circle flashed, their hands got an electric shock. You know, that was every single time they saw a purple circle. There was an electric shock every time. But with the blue one, there was a pleasant sound. You know, there was a pleasant bling. So, you know, blue square was musical or something, and purple circles were electric. And at one point, after a while of this, when a purple circle appeared, you know what happened to the hand of everybody? They twitched. There was no electric shock that time, but by the visual stimuli of seeing the purple circle, their body instinctually reacted. What does it mean? We create patterns and our bodies get ready for them. And you can do that for your animation and your story. If the color red is important, an important omen for something happening in your world and story, make it very clear, but don't tell us. Or at least try to put the exposition early and use it later on. It's called the Chekhov's gun. Pavlov nodders. Yeah, Pavlov, my beloved. I hate those kinds of experiments. Don't worry, it wasn't a dangerous, scary shock, but it was one that proved how we make patterns in movies and stuff and stories or something. Well, not really, it's just science, but I apply it to stories and movies because I've seen it. If you go into a movie and you notice that the movie's setting a pattern, and then you go like, ah, it was preparing us all along. And that's how you get to feel certain things when things happen without anybody having to tell you, oh, you should cry now. because it already does a really good job at setting stuff up. Okay, so now I want to make like a visor. And I wanted to make it that shape because in anime, when a character is very gentle, they have their eyes like this, generally. The eyes slope to the sides, and they have like this general shape. Have you ever noticed that? It's a very gentle, very soft, very delicate eyes. And then there's characters like in Dragon Ball, which are more predator based, looking forward, intense. You see, this one's more offensive and this one's more passive. So if I want to make this robot be very passive, I want a general shape like this, but I don't want it to be very stiff and mechanical, because that would imply some armor or industrial strength. So I am going to make it here, but then I'm going to make it slopey. Like a very gentle. So I'm gonna do that. Yeah, like you said, to convey that innocence, to convey that gentle nature. Eyes are a gateway to the soul, exactly. So I'm going to make that the visor is beveled like that. So even when it's shut off and it's black, it will be scary, because if the robot turns off and he doesn't have eyes anymore, it would still look really sad to see a sloped down character with these slopey lines like that. It's like, oh no, he was a gentle giant. Why is he deactivated? I'm so sad. And people will cry at the sight of this soft looking robot without eyes. But I'm gonna give it very round, innocent eyes. Very big, and actually they can be a little big and wide. They can be kind of like Alphonse Aeroleric. Oh man, I could add that to the. Okay, let me add that. Oh my god, yes, I'm going to add that. Like fierce looking, but obviously we know that Edward is very gentle. Very gentle dude. Gonna put it on the mood board. Oh, sorry, let me turn this on. You can see my studio. So let's go into the mood board. Where is it? Ah, here it is. I'm gonna Control-Shift-Click the Iron Giant so I can be on the right layer. Paste it, and I'm gonna put it right next to them. Here you go. Another gentle, strong giant. Yeah, Al, my beloved. So I'm gonna add that into my mental library of what I want this dude to look like. Put the chat up here. True, the eyes are the gateway to the soul. Oh, like Zathura movie's robot eyes. Zathura? I haven't heard of this. Hang on. I'm curious. Oh, I haven't seen this movie, but oh, I see the robot. Oh, look at the character design. Okay, yeah, this is a lot more mechanical. Oh yeah, look at that. But this one has like triangular eyes. It looks more fierce by comparison. Wow. Is this like a gentle giant kind of stereotype? Oh, it's the sequel to Jumanji. Oh, okay, I get it. That robot is pure menace, nothing soft or gentle about it. Oh, I see. I mean, it makes sense if the only way that he can interact with the world is with these giant, strong pincers. He was not made for delicate operations. I think it would be cool to give the eyes like a bright light, not like an actual... A bright light, not like actual, but like dots in the middle of the eyes that glow. Okay, let's see. See if I can do that. Let's get into the right layer. Control Shift click the line and I'll be there in the line art. Yeah, we can put like, it's like little sockets, and inside of them they can be, and that can actually work because then we can have little blinders like these to show like a little bit more character. Oh, that reminds me of another reference we can use. Yeah, there we go. When it comes to eyeballs, this guy. Like, sure, this is fan art, but it's pretty good expression work. I'm gonna add that to the mood board. Where's the... There we go. Yeah. Yeah, Wheatley. The robot is summoned initially as an antagonist because it's malfunctioning. Then one of the board game players used reprogramming card to fix, and it goes after the evil lizard alien Zorgons. Yeah, cool. It's just that when Pixel mentioned the little dots on the eyes, it made me think of Wheatley. How about Wally's from oh, the eyes of Wally. Hang on. Let me compare Wheatley with Wally. Compare the eyes. Yeah. Yeah, that we got like these cameras. Yeah, because Wally's eyes are more cameras within the... Okay, within like two glasses. Little round glasses and a camera. And then Wheatley is more like a glowing eyeball within the mechanics. So yeah, we can do something like that, like a combination of them both. Yeah, he's really... Wheatley is very expressive with just a single eyeball and just a bunch of blinders coming in and out. Oh, it's saving. Okay. So let's grab the brush. Control Shift click. Okay, I'm already there. So let's make like a concept piece on the side. Circle, 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 circle. We don't have to do this in terms of too much detail, but I want to make like what I saw in the eyes of Wally, which are like these little things on the side that kind of work to capture. Oh, and this also works, like I said before, you need to learn a little bit of everything, and I took photography. So I kind of know what the inside of the lens looked like. I don't quite understand it, but I know what it looks like. So let's look at like maybe... There we go. You see? More or less like this. Then we have like an opening and closing like this, the aperture of a camera. So this can also be part of the mood board and at the same time the reference part of the board. So let's add that. Actually, I can just put it on the side because I can add it later because we're actually trying to work on the design, or at least one iteration of the eyeballs. Let's get into the right layer. Control Shift click, you teleport. Here it is. It doesn't have to be perfect, but you know, the general thing of like, this could be one idea for the eye. Then it could be like very glowy, a little less round and more organic on the inside. This could be one of the eyes, so a way I can translate that, you just grab one of these, shrink it down, skew it to the side a little, oh, of course, it's the vectors. Okay, so I have to rasterize this. Yeah, I was wondering, why doesn't it skew? There we go, now it's skewing. Yeah, because we're doing like a sideways circle. This is just the top of it. And not too much. You can have it like that. Copy paste. Go back to the original thing. Let's unite all this. Control Shift click, we're there. And then we can continue. Oh, wrong color. And then we do the side of the, it's almost like a ring around. Doesn't have to be perfect again. There could be like a big opening and close tab that goes up and down. And we can put a few cables and a few pieces like that. Like, doesn't really need to make sense. But it doesn't have to be so deep either. It's kind of like the inside is almost like a slot. So then they can go back and forth, the eyes. And the visor can go up and down. In case if it's like if it's sleeping, it can actually shut down. There you go. The camera lens opening and closing could express emotion, curious and surprised. Yeah, exactly. It can become dilated, or it can become a little bit more close. Control Shift click, copy paste. Let's move that to the side, and let's make, in this case, let's delete all this. Oops, it's not what I wanted. Okay, so let's delete all that, and let's make the eyeball a lot more open, and the aperture windows a lot more spread out. This technically also counts as part of the reference sheet. You don't call him Boto. Or do you have any other ideas for the names of this guy? The visor closes when he's offline. Yeah, exactly. So you know he's asleep. And you can't even knock on the door like, hey, wake up, king king. Again, it's not the final design, but it's an iteration. Oh, and look at that. This part of the headphones also works for... It could be instead of like a neck, it's like the side. So he could have like these... Kind of like a McDonald's play place. Oh, I like that one, Grim. Bot-0. It really shows his prototype status. I think, oh, he's just a dumb machine meant to... Yeah, he's just meant to do manual labor. He's nothing special. He's the first version of all the others. Very crude, very dumb. Or at least so says the scientist that made him. But of course, because of that, he's like this very gentle dude. Very gentle giant. And put a little... making sideways circles is so hard. We can also have that his neck is almost locked into his body. You can't really peek out of it. Love the eyes. Yeah, see? So we can have now what we were saying before, these two giant things. They could be turbines, or they can be solar panels put away, I don't know. I don't know what these giant things could... solar panels need a lot of space, and this is too bulky for that. Maybe he has turbines and he uses this to fly. You know, like genuinely fly in a big leap, but he only has like enough fuel for one big jump, and it's not really that huge, you know, that far off. Oh, the robots from Samurai Jack work really well too, yeah. Although the robots in Samurai Jack are mostly would mostly work for the android. How does his head swivel, or is it like one of those dome pieces? I think it's kind of like an R2-D2 thing, you know, so that way he's a little bit more clueless. Like he can only swivel, it only can pivot. Kind of like this. It's kind of like this semi-dome, and it's got here's the body, and here's the head. Like you see it only It only rotates. This will be maybe like those little things that are in PCs to keep them cool. That can work too, yeah. So in that case, if it has something to do with air, it reminds me of those things that have like windows like this. So when they want to take some intake of it, they open up, and if not, they close. So let's add some of that. Again, these are references that I have in my head because I've looked at things for years. But if you want to build your own mental library, you have to observe. Like if you're bored waiting for a doctor's appointment, just look around the office and look at how everything is built, and you'll get more mental library stuff. If they get you to work at the Stanley Parable, you'll know how to draw an office. And this is from the other side. Since this is a sketch, I don't really need to be consistent. I don't need to be like, oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, you know, to be super exact with it. Would be nice though, so maybe I'll delete 1 or 2. There's maybe too many. Yeah, and then I'm not going to shade yet. The shading comes after. Like an air vent, yeah. More like a boost. So I want this thing. I'm gonna make this is more or less where the connection is. There will be a mechanism inside that holds the arm. I say like there would be a connector there, and then there's like going to be this big thing maybe holding it in, or maybe just something simple and round like that. Again, beveled and simple. Be a piece like this that has inside a hinge, but we're not going to show it, and this is where the other part of the arm comes in. Maybe there could be like another piece here. And this is where we can have maybe some of the mittens. Maybe a cable here, a cable there. Some texture. That it's hollow. And of course, because the arm is in front of it, we can just delete all this. This is just like a thing that I want. This is what goes through my head that you guys probably don't see all the time. I imagine what's behind it and see that we can still see a little bit of the mechanisms. Let's in fact add more detail to the internal mechanism. Maybe there's like some holes in this for some reason. I don't know why. But it makes it look more mechanical and more of the idea that it swivels around because it's a piece of the arm, and it distinguishes it on the inside. Let's see, let me just grab the hand, make the mitten a lot bigger because we want a gentle giant, so let's just make the hands very big and clumsy. That. Actually, let's make this under feeling like that. Go. True, like a... True, it's like Space Marine armor. That's what I was thinking about too. And then people who hang out with this robot sometimes stands in his area to keep them cool because they like They like it, but it was never made for that. So it's like climb on him and get fresh air. You gotta have the mittens. But yeah, see, Pixel's having the right idea too. You guys are having some really good ideas. You see, guys, you guys are making scenes. You did it. Stream over. You guys did it. You did it. You're making scenes. People hanging out in the robot, like Pixel says, taking air, like getting on top of him and refreshing themselves. And maybe it's... And do you think it's allowed in the military setting, if there is any? It's like, hey, what are you guys doing? Get over there. That's not way. And then they just run away, you know, like cadets having fun around the... So it's not allowed, but it's like, come on, man, it's hot. Oh, man, I'm so happy. You guys make me very proud. I don't know why you guys tuned in. You guys already know how to do character design. You see, you already know everything. I got nothing left to show you. Probably not. Yeah, it's probably not allowed. Okay, so I want the bulk of this part of the armor like this, but I also want space for the wheels in case anything gets through. So I'm just gonna cut it short here and make like an opening like that, and then it goes into the side. And from here we can get to see the spinning mechanism that is like the belly of the robot. We can have multiple connectors like this that show that it rotates. We're going to delete this piece in the middle, and then we're going to make it a little bit to this side. This is going to be the hard bit, because on this side we get to see the floor of this circle like that. And so we gotta so that way it looks, the line's too thick. Beware of your line thickness. Be very aware of that. There we go. And then, so here's the thing. I don't know how to do tracks, but I recently saw on Instagram something that gave me this idea. People do induct their machines into a pack mentality, like with the military and drones. Yeah, because the idea that we had right now was that the world is basically destroyed and it's a post-apocalypse and they're trying to survive, or at least the scientist is kind of trying to prolong something that should be over now. So maybe this robot was made for, you know, for burden, or maybe like to hold really heavy things, like a factory machine worker. So the factory workers or military workers still use it to heat up when it's not allowed. They can get hurt genuinely, but they don't care. It's too hot. This robot reminds me of that big yellow gentle robot from Astro Boy, the movie. Oh, I haven't seen the movie. I gotta check it out. Okay, so no, not settings. It's saved. I saved something recently. I saved something recently that you guys might like. Oh my god, what was it? Did I save it? No, at least I liked it. I gave it a like. Your activity. Likes. Yeah, it has to be here. Where are you? This is color theory. No, that's too far off, I think. Yeah, that's... No, it's this dude. That's not the dude. That's not the dude. It's language. Oh, merry man. Da 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 da. Okay, so it has to be up here. Let me see if it's you. No, it's not you. not you. It can't be you, right? No, it's not. It's not. Okay, so let's get this. Really? I think it's this one. Yeah, I think it's this one. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. No. No, it's not. It's not this one. Oh my god, where are you? Because okay, so it was this guy. It was this guy that his he wanted to give something to his wife, right? And she was she was in a wheelchair. So what he did was that he gifted her a wheelchair that he made himself, but that wheelchair had what was it? It had tracks. Like it had military tracks, tank tracks, and it was so cool, and it looked really awesome, and it worked. Apparently people said it wasn't going to work, but it did. It worked, and it looked so good that I wanted to show it and use it as a reference. You see, this is why you have to save the things you like. You gotta save the things you like on very specific places, because oh my god, having to look through them manually is such a bust. Yeah, if I don't find it in the next 3 seconds, I'm just gonna move on. Beauty Pie and his family, that's cute. Yeah, I'm probably gonna move on. Have to move on. No, that's special effects. It's not that lady. It's not this guy. This is kind of like from... Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, I can't find it. I'll look it up later. But okay, so instead I'm just gonna look for... Oh, I can just maybe see... Yeah, there we go, this. Oh, that's giving me Fallout Brotherhood of Steel vibes. Ooh. This one reminds me of, yeah, the big yellow one. Search for it to get some inspiration. Maybe robot movie called Zog. Robot from the movie called Zog. Oh, he guy that invented the wheelchair. This is what I DM you. You did? Hold on. Oh. Oh, okay. Maybe it's this one. Yeah, it has to be this. But yeah, we find it. He made it for his wife, and it actually worked out really well, and she was so happy too. It was so sweet. But now we're gonna use it for our own adorable purposes, which in our case is the big silly robot. That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, this is what you're. This, yeah. She got in an accident, and he made this for her. That's so sweet. So we spent a few years working on this, so they could work, go out together. And the thing is that she also liked hiking, and this would give her back that freedom. And he was a plumber. He wasn't an engineer. He just learned it for himself. So he spent a few years learning engineering to do this for her. That's just so good. So I'm gonna take a screenshot of this wheelchair, and with that wholesome story, we're going to add it to the combined effort to make this just the sweetest robot. Of course, we're going to have to make this a little bigger. So let me edit, transform, horizontal. Just gonna put it here, hit OK, make a multiply, make it a little transparent, and make it big. There we go. How does that look? Well, he had no engineering knowledge, but he proved he had eventually the skill. It's so good. Love that man. Alright, so let's move all this up. Oh, I just thought our big BO1 or our big boy. I like that BO1. That's how the scientist calls him. BO1, come here. But to us, we know his actual real name is Boy or Big Boy. BO1's pretty big, isn't he? I like that. Big Boy like the radio host. I'm not familiar with him. Interesting. Yeah, we can do something similar. Let's not make, let's not trace this. But we can have a similar mechanism to it. Oh, it's all on top. Control Shift click the line, and there you go. We're back in business. Make it like a little platform. Oh, I forgot to ask, is the music okay? Last time it was a little bit loud. I'm sorry for that. I didn't check. And I forgot to check again. I did notice that the volume is the same as it was yesterday, but I just want to make sure if it's still good. Big Boy like the host before he slimmed down. Oh, Big Boy used to be 300 pounds, but he's around 200. I think most fit muscle. A few health complications got him to change his diet and exercise regimen. Oh, that's good. The music is good. Okay, perfect. Oh, that's good. Reminds me of Fluffy, a Gabriel Iglesias. He even made a bit that he was like, I didn't lose a lot of pounds just to be called Fat Man again. In one of his skits that people were calling him Fat Man. Hey, Fat Man! And he's like, sir, don't call me that. He's like, I didn't lose all that just to be called that again. He's so funny. But I'm actually very proud of them. Staying healthy is important. Gabriel is peak humor. Yeah, he's awesome. And I like his positivity. Despite everything he goes through or all the shenanigans, he still has a very healthy, positive attitude around everything. More or less, you can get that pattern. Again, we're sketching. We're not making anything official yet. Basically, we will not make anything official because this isn't a show, and we will never technically finish. We'll be done with just this iteration, and then like just present it at the end with the silhouette trick that we were talking about, the whole who's that Pokemon thing. We're gonna do that and see if the shape we have so far is as unique as possible. But after that, I mean, the idea is that if I were going to make this an actual comic or a show, I would continue to iterate thousands of versions of this robot, versions that don't even look like this one, and keep going for a bunch of months, maybe a few years, as I keep developing the story and writing it and whatever. And then when I'm executing it, it has to be the official forever. After, of course, I made like the sheet, the reference sheet and all that. Yeah, we have this. We have this. We don't always need to put in all the perfect details. So let's just put a bunch of circles and move on. Recognize the pattern, more or less. Get the feeling for the pattern. You don't necessarily need to make it be super faithful to it, so long as it makes sense. Instead of a little platform, it could be a little bumper, because the robot doesn't need you know, not like the wheelchair. There's like a stepping stone. It doesn't need that. But there could be like a bumper, and there could be like an ID, almost like a plaque. Because again, I still imagine that this robot is very factory worker, and the scientists just took him with it. Oh, Broken Flag, welcome in. Hi, it's been a while. How are you? I like to imagine that this robot, since he's gentle and soft, once he tripped a human scientist and got so scared that he started running around looking for help and felt so bad that he did that. Yeah, I can see that in this guy's programming. Like, they are reaching sentience, but they don't know what to do with it. But they still want to do right by the world. I need to put in the back of it. Something that continues this and comes out. Again, it can be like two rockets to boost him forward. And maybe that's a little too bulky. Squeeze it up a little bit like that. There you go. And here you can have the chance to make this, but in the inverted version. So we can show what's behind that we can't see on the other side. Or at least a little. You don't have to actually expose too much. It's too long. There we go. a little bit more round. Legit can make it a soft robotics glove, almost. That looks cool. Oh, thank you, Broken Flag. Yeah, we're trying to make a character design using all the things that we learned in the last stream. We're putting it all into practice by gathering the proper references and building a character based on that shape language so it feels the way it looks. Maybe it can have like the company logo here. I don't know what the company logo would be, but maybe the scientist gave the little screw symbol to the robot and a compass, as if to say we are mechanically going into a direction. Oh yeah, I wanna give that to him somewhere too, so I'm just gonna try and put it at the top of his head. Okay, maybe it does nothing, it's just decoration. So I'm gonna make a few dents. Like it was put there forcefully. Maybe welded too, so imagine I'm welding this to the robot. There you go. Just weld it in there. Or maybe not. Maybe I can put it somewhere else. Maybe it can be over here. Yeah, just on the side. Unintrusive. Hey, this is a random question, but if I'm trying to animate something that has a lot of details, do I have to simplify that thing that I'm animating to save time, make it easier? Yes. Pixel, simplify your design. Simplifying your design is better for animation since you'll be saving a lot of time drawing their character. Yeah, and also, it depends on the medium, because you can make a 3D character with all the details in the world. The problem with that though is that yes, you don't have to redraw the character a bunch of times, but it can just overwhelm the senses. Too many details can also be like, ah, this is too much. And if the details don't help the character design itself, then why do they have it? I wanted to put, for example, this little screw here because I can imagine the how to add a little sense of innocence, right? Because the only toys, well, that's the thing, the only types of machines that have this little cock are toys. So it gives it an extra innocent feel to this very bulky machine robot that works for manual labor. So it should have bigger hands. Let me give it bigger hands to show that it's a manual labor robot. Get it? Manual. So it's got big hands. I'm gonna make them a lot bigger. There we go. That's good. I'm gonna delete all these things that I don't need anymore now. It's a manual labor robot. Same thing with this, and it also pops out of the silhouette. That's good. So I'm just gonna make the hand big enough. that you can see it from the outside of the body. And there you go. So because he does manual labor, got big hands, but also has like a gentle look to him and a little wound up toy. But if we have any other extra details, like too many bolts and circuits, it will distract from the design, and that's not good. Yeah, just keep it simple and keep it focused for the sake of the simplicity of your sanity, you know, your workload, and also so your meanings don't get mixed together. And Control Shift click the line. There you go. I'm gonna delete this line. But yeah, Julius is right. That's exactly why you should definitely simplify for animation. Illustration, who cares, right? You can put all the detail in the world, but again, I think it's the same idea. Too much detail can distract from the main thing. Even if you have all the time in the world with 2D illustration, it can be just bad. The more lines you draw in a character design, the more you'll have to spend drawing those little details. 100%. At times it ain't worth it. Okay, got the eyeball, we got this, and let me turn off the headphone layer and the robot base layer. Go. We have a preliminary design. What do you guys think? Let me turn off the grid so we can see the you know, the mood of this entire thing. I think it's pretty good. But again, it's a good start. If this was a real thing, we obviously would not be done at all. But it's a good start. I would ask if we were on like a big team animation stuff, I would ask y'all to make your own designs yourselves and then like turn it in for a day. Also, maybe he can eject the backside, so let's make this separation here. So like the body is actually like this bulky thing holding, kind of like what trucks do. They load their thing. So maybe he has this is a bird's eye view, see? We got like the head, we got the arms, and then like this giant backpack thing. See? So there could be a scene where in order for to get away from something, he detaches it and it falls on somebody or something, you know? Nice sketch. Looks friendly. Yeah, see? It's important to keep in mind you need to be able to make this character look the same frame by frame. Unless it's 3D, but even then, yeah, gotta keep it consistent. That's why we make reference sheets when we solidify the design, of course. We're trying to match all of them next to each other, so that way we can have a cast of characters that is dynamic and different from each other and unique. But yeah, but if we were to make them official, then I would grab this robot in a separate document and make hundreds of extra drawings of him looking around, interacting with the, oh god, sorry, it's 4 o'clock, interacting with the world and touching things and talking to the other characters and stuff. And there you go. Or again, making other iterations and spending multiple days on that. Rip to that one guy in the world who had to animate a character with 2,000 details. Yeah. So if one detail is off, it will stand out. It will. At least in animation. That's why everybody matches the same art style. Makes sense. Maybe a back arm with a tool. A back arm with a tool on it. That would be cute. Actually, hang on. I like that. I like that. What if... Okay. So, simple machines. It's another thing that I wanted to talk to you guys about, but we didn't get time. So, the simple machines, Da Vinci like recorded them. The wheel and axle, which is, you know, spins around and the thing connects both wheels, they both spin together. The lever, if it's longer on one side, you can pretty much carry anything with the right amount of force on the opposite end. The inclined plane, you just slide things around. The pulley, the screw, the wedge. So these are simple machines, and we can use these when we're doing sci-fi to make very simple stuff. We're like, oh, how do I do a thing? It's like, well, just look at the simple machines. You don't have to think about it that much. So I imagine a simple machine. We can have a cylinder coming out, right? And then we can have something that holds like a little ball. And this ball moves around a metallic arm. Let me make this thing more bulky and the connections a little bit better. We can have like some sort of mechanism that spins around and holds. Because that way, our little robot can do a lot more delicate things. And have a chance to be extra cute. Kind of like R2-D2. Maybe they're not in the back, but yeah, like, you know, he can still interact with. What do you guys think? Is it too much? We can have it that it's just like these two sections that open up, so we don't have to draw a lot. Nice little T-Rex arms. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like it could be like a little tiny T-Rex situation. Let me just delete this. I don't think we need that. Like, gotta cross it. Now delete. There you go. Yeah, that way he's extra cute. Little T-Rex arms. Let me read. That's why it's brave, as an example. Had a team of dedicated to the hair. Yeah, a whole team. What if there was some type of screen on the robot, so like anyone could call someone, or kind of like Baymax? We can do that. It's not too much. Okay, so in that case, we can have a screen on the chest, but that's it. It's just a square, and it's like dark colored. People can use it as a screen, and the little arms can come out, and it can access the screen too, and you can turn it on and off. How long have we been here? We've been here for like 2 hours. It's already 3:36 hours in, but we spent like a bunch of hours talking and very few hours designing this one character. It's one of the reasons why I figured we will not be able to get to the other character designs, because we're just spending a lot of energy on this guy. But I think we're done with the conceptual, general, first ever prototype iteration of this character. And it all came from a headphone. Pretty cool, huh? And all the scenes and all the story ideas that we have with it. It's so good. But now I want to test something very important. I'm going to close off everything. Making sure that the outline does not have any problems. Oh, here's one. Connect it. Here's a hole. Connect that. There's a little too much. No holes. No holes. It's realistic amount of time. Yeah. And even then, like I said before, this thing should take months for a single character, because this is just the first iteration. All right, everything is closed off, so I'm just gonna grab the wishing one, grab everything. Control Shift inverse the selection. Now we're going to make a mask, and we're just going to paint it all black. This is to test if the shape is unique enough for it. We're going to finish these characters until part 52 of character design. Now this will be the last video on this, because everything else is for you guys to finish on your own, with your own OCs. You know, this is just the conceptual first stage, the more developed stage, and then we are in the stage where we're testing out if this shape is unique enough. And I gotta say, it's pretty good. It gives us all the information we need. Let me just erase some of the things I genuinely do not need. Where is the... Oh god. No, that's not the layer that I wanted to make. Yeah, no, that wasn't it. So it's this layer. I'm an idiot. So here we go. Now it's all dark. And so... Okay, see? We got it. Oh, a little detail. There we go. I just want to delete all these lines and all these things. Like, sure, these details should be on a different layer, so. Yeah, without any sort of references or lines, we should be able to tell what this character is all about. Silhouette is important. These streams are like a helpful guide on how to do character design. I'll be using this when I'm working on future projects. No problem, Julius. I'm happy that you guys can get something out of this, because that's the point. And again, everything that I'm telling you is a culmination of a lot of videos that I've already seen on YouTube and pages I've checked. Even the references for the Monsters Inc. thing is in the description of the video, including the Reddit post that I put with all sorts of websites and YouTube videos. They are on the description, on the Reddit post, and right there and in there. And I keep updating it. I keep adding more and more and more and more. And you guys can make your own little library of information. So, yeah, technically these guys are much better teachers than I am. But again, this is just a crash course. It's a very basic, very simple, quick, literal crash course. Let me see if I can in an hour or 45 minutes solidify a little bit of this guy. But first, I'll be right back. Just give me a second. I gotta freshen up and bring more water. Hold on. Okay. I got myself a banana. It's so good. Good banana. Ooh, Foxy, hello. Welcome. Okay, let me see. It's not bad, Crash Course. Yeah, thank you. Learning from your favorite things while learning to be able to add your own voice is why art and storytelling is amazing. It's a good Crash Course. Thank you. Sorry I wasn't here earlier. Something came up. Yeah, no worries. At least I'm glad you're here. Look what we did. Nope, hang on. Alright. Okay, Foxy. What do you think this is? This is the ultimate test, guys. Foxy has not seen what we've been doing. So this is great. This is great because Foxy doesn't know what this is. And now he gets to guess more or less. That's great. So I'm going to slowly reveal it. But first I want to hear like your first impression of what this thing is. Or at least what does it do? What's it for? What emotions does it stir within you? Doesn't have to be that complex. Just you know, just generally, what comes to your mind? Like a ink block test. Oh, I know. It's a giant potato head guy. That's a good one from Toy Story. The potato guy. Oh my God! Hang on. Mr. Potato Head. Dude, oh my God. Oh, look at this. Okay, so oh my God, dude. It really does look like Mr. Potato Head. Oh my God, it is Mr. Potato Head. Look at that. Yeah. Oh my God. I mean, it's not, but that's kind of funny though. Well, I got to go, but thanks for the stream, Deuces. All right, thank you. Have a good one, Flash. And enjoy your afternoon and the winters and the cozies. Drink a lot of cocoa, please. Wah, 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 wah. Thank you for coming in. Oh man, I'm so happy. Okay, so let me unveil Mr. Potato Head for you, Foxy. What do you think? I can't unsee it now. Me neither. Do you see? This is why iterations are so important. That's why I like the silhouette character design challenges. Oh, Toast, you made me remember something. A technique for character design. Oh my God, we can talk about it in this hour. We don't. Okay. So yeah, Foxy, this is what we've been doing. We were collecting everything that we gathered, and now we made this. And the little robot guy, the one that we were talking about last time. But oh my God, now I've never actually tested this, but we can do it now. Okay. Okay. This is pretty cool. I'm gonna put all this in a. So what what Toast just said, silhouette design challenges. I forgot that existed. I found somewhere where, let's say that you got these shapes. I'm just gonna make some random shapes. Yeah, maybe like that. Or maybe okay, so with these shapes, can you design a character with these shapes? And I mean multiple. Because what Foxy had me do that was accidental but it was really good. The silhouette has to sort of make sense, but if we can do the opposite, we can grab a bunch of blobs like this, and then we can try and figure out, like, what do you see in there? I mean, maybe you can obviously go for the obvious character design that you see, the first thing you see. Or you can do this. Or you can make Kirby be a high five or a thumbs up, you see? It's okay, I'm still just sucking up about it. Wait, what? I think I missed something. Also, I would like to apologize if I'm not that happy or energetic in this stream, and my auntie's brother, and oh, I'm sorry to hear that. No, it's okay, no worries. I understand how that feels, and it's important to mourn when things like that happen. It's very healthy, so don't worry about us. You need to go do what you must. And I'm happy that you had the time to come and visit us, even if it is for a little bit, and even if it is for a tough time. We're here for you, Foxy. I hope you get better soon. Let's see. I've done this before, so much fun. I see a game controller on the top left. Oh yeah. Also, you don't need to follow the exact thing, right? You can just use it as a reference. But yeah, Julius is right. It does look like a controller. And then we can have like the middle line, the plastic. Yeah. You see, you already got one. Oh, hello, Presvale. Yo, welcome in. How are you? And Gamer Girl 2025. I was wondering, can a drawing of an animatronic that I personally designed be a portfolio piece? Yes. It just really depends on what job you want to apply. And here's the thing. If you want a job at I don't know, Animation Corporation, let's just call it AC. Animation Corporation. It's the studio of art you wanna go into. Well, in this building, they have a lot of jobs for animation. They have maybe riggers. They might have colorists. They might have in-betweeners. They might have, in-betweeners. They might have background designers. They might have the main animators. You know, they have a lot of jobs. So I'm just gonna make this one go etc, 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 because there's a lot of art jobs in Animation Corporation, right? And so this is you. And this is your portfolio. Your portfolio has to match one of the jobs that you want to go into. So you can have multiple portfolios let me just put an S here so you understand the plurality. Have multiple portfolios, all organized and separate. It can be fan art, but it can also be things that, it has to be things that exemplify what it is that you want to actually work in. It's not a simple thing as, oh, I just want to work in animation corporation. It's like, no, you gotta find a portfolio that shows that you can rig, that you can color, that you can do in-betweens, or a portfolio specifically for background design. You know, you don't have to have all of them. You can only have like one. Say that you want to become a background designer. Well, you better have a portfolio full of background design. Even though you have good animations, you should be able to have a portfolio for the position you want to get into. And they'll be like, oh, you can focus and you know how to do perspective and represent a scene and stuff, and there you go, you got the job. And from there you can climb up to maybe animation, or move around into in-betweener, or maybe into a rigger. You know, they can use you for multiple things, but you got to start by aiming at one of these things, of the many jobs that any sort of animation corporation can have. So yeah, you can have fan art or personal projects, but they have to represent one of the positions properly. So just practice your fundamentals and aim for a specific target. But yeah, I believe in you, gamer girl. I see a goofy looking frog in that one. Hang on, let's sorry, let's go back to the thing. I might need to accept the fact of what happened, do what's best for me. Yeah, of course. There are times where things just happen, but I mean, it's already been a year, you know. So I know how it feels. Animatronics, that would just remind me of a game called Finest. Yeah, but there's more than just the simple animatronic, right? Because there's also Chuck E. Cheese and stuff. So it really depends. Here's another idea that came to my mind. I see how Gonzo from the Muppets. So if I were to, you know, give it see? And you said a frog where? Toast said, I see a goofy frog in that one. Which one? I can see a frog here, though. You see, that works too. Oh, I was thinking also with this one. Bottom right. Frog. Besides what I already imagined, which was like, these are the lips. And we can add the, like, maybe that can be that can be one, like some massive silly eyes. Oh right. Maybe from there we can just then add a worm wearing a big scarf. Oh, that works too. We can add the little flail here. Yeah, a little worm. I think these exercises, well, yes, no thoughts kind of vibe. You see, these exercises kind of force you to make characters on the fly. Look at that. Look at that. And then we can just put a little stompers there. On the bottom right, I see Elmo, Sesame Street. Yeah. There we can have like the big eyes. Ow, ow, hang on. And then yeah, we can add the See, this is one of the things that if you don't have any ideas, then you can do this exercise to kind of force yourself to let your hand loose. Because I would never imagine to make that cartoon that I just did if I wasn't doing this exercise. The same can be said with this. This reminds me of a Squidward blobfish. Like, I don't see the meaning of anything. Let's see. On the bottom right, the Elmo, and that one next to the frog that you drew, like some type of animal with a tail. Oh, that's right. Yeah, you can go like that. Oh, you know what it reminds me of? Now that we're doing that, you mentioned animals. I can go like that and make like, yay! And it reminds me of, what was this Pokemon? I forgot the name of that axolotl water Pokemon. You can see a tiny crab in the top left. Let's see. Tiny crab in the top left. Yeah, Whooper. Yeah, exactly, a Whooper with a shell on his back. Oh, now I get it. Okay, let me see. Oh, it can also be a snail. See, because I can have the. It can be a snail like that, or it's like a hermit crab. Yeah, again, you don't have to be 100% faithful to the blob, but yeah, it kind of inspires you to just create whatever. Oh, and I just thought of one. Like if Kirby was doing a come on no. Yeah, that works. So you see, if you don't have any ideas on when it comes to designing a variety of interesting faces, one of my suggestions is to try this, because now you have a lot of freedom to kind of do whatever. And like, I don't know, you know, just boldly make stuff up. Oh, let's see. The top right looks like a hot dog or a man putting his hands on his hips. Why not both? Okay, so maybe he actually has a hot dog suit. Oh, dude, it's... Now I know. Now I know. It's a hot dog, but he's peddling his wares inside of his jacket. He's got like a bunch of stuff in his jacket. He's like,
"What are you buying? What are you selling? Is that all, stranger?" Thank you.
It really works out, actually. But yeah, I also see what you mean, that it's kind of like... Oh, hey. That makes me think also of... Doggo! Yes! Sus. Oh my god. Oh my god. Glung, 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 glung. Glung, glung, glung. It snuck up on us. No! No! Ah, I was so careful. I was so careful. How did it snuck up on us? No. What are you doing? Stop it. No. No! Don't do it! Please! No! What? What? Oh, that's what happens. Oh. There we go. Hello. Died. Perished. Kabooey. The bottom right could also be a beetle or a ladybug. True. Yeah, it's just... Your chubby little one. There we go. There's your little cat bug. Look at that. Bottom left. Boy. Oh, like koi fish. Oh, yeah. I don't really remember the tails of koi fish, but they're definitely like really beautiful. The water and everything. Bottom left could be ghost with a backpack. That too. Let's see. How do? Oh yeah, there we go. Just a really big backpack with a bunch of supplies. There you go. It's going on a little camping trip. Also, yeah. Bottom right kind of looks like an upside down persona furry head. Like I can always imagine this as the nose. Okay. Oh, but if I do this, yeah, we can definitely make another. And of course, obviously the, you know. And then the very anime eyes. It all starts with one thing. I don't know why. It doesn't even matter how hard I try. Keep that in mind. I designed this rhyme to explain in due time. But what else, Toast? Top left could be like a person with a bad haircut. I can even add, yeah, I can even add like a little. He's like, I don't know about this one. Ah, there we go. Now he's old. A raccoon at the bottom left. Bottom left is this one, raccoon. Oh yeah, because of the little fluffy tail. I did imagine tanuki of some kind. Similar to like the whooper. Yeah, there we go. That's the one that I was looking for, sort of. The bottom left could be an excited squirrel. Like they jumping. Oh. Actually, let me try it backwards. Let me try it backwards because we've used this one for the tail a lot. But how about if I just do that? And then I just do this. Again, a little bit of squirrel anatomy. There you go. And it's just covered in, just holding a bunch of nuts. Bottom right, obviously, Mario. He doesn't have, wait. Oh god, I can't draw Mario from memory. Well, I mean, there's that. And there's the hat. Don't sue me, Nintendo. He's Blarblio. Yeah, he's Blarblio. He's not just, he's not Mario, you silly sussy baka. It's not. Just don't DNCA me, please, Nintendo. I'm begging you. Okay, look. I'm scared. That works out really well. Oh, gravy. But you see, this is one of the best ways to work backwards. Oh, and you know what the best thing we can do with these? There you go. What now? What now, Chevrolet? He's Mechanic Man! Yay! Oh, now it looks like a submarine. Look at that. Top right could be a bird with a fancy coat. Wow, that works out really well. Left bottom looks like a bird sleeping bag. Yeah, it really actually does look like a sleeping bag. Angie. Do not disturb the bird. Soda slipping out. Oh, that's good. In fact, it makes me think a lot of like a logo. You know, like you have a crinkled soda can. You can have like the logo. It's like brand cola, and then you have and then maybe like a circle, and yeah, way branding. I mean, who went camping with the ghost? Oh my god, The little ghost and then the bird. So they're just chilling. Not a bad idea though. You see, you're already making stories with the designs. That's the point. You gotta get creative. Hey, hey, hey! How you doing? Hi guys. Sorry, I was busy. Back again. No worries, Waffles. Welcome back. We're just playing around with this pretty much different way to approach character design, involving that you have some shapes, and these shapes can already give you enough for you to explore multiple character designs without having to break your head as to how are you or what you're gonna do. Top left looks like a snowman. Snowman. Yeah. Wait, I'm sorry. Top left, that's top right. Yeah. So top left. Yeah, maybe he has like a little fluffy mitten things, a little scarf, and of course little hat. I'm getting an art set for Christmas, and it has a portfolio, and stuffs in, but I need room though, because my gaming equipment is everywhere, like my gaming chair and stuff. Oh no. Yeah, setting around the room is a bit of a mess sometimes. I was thinking like some stone builder guy with like a small head. If we do that, I can imagine that here. Oh, hang on. Now I gotcha. Just there, a builder. He also has a hard hat, of course. You can't do construction without a hard hat. It's dangerous without it. Okay, sorry, you were saying, Toast? Bottom left be a roly-poly. You can imagine a roly-poly get that, like that god. They got stuck eating an apple. Like, it's just eating an apple or a piece of bread. Bottom left is like a spider that's out his hair of wait, what? Sorry. Bottom left is a spider, and the part that's out is the hair of the spider. Let's see. I think at one point I did learn how to draw spiders. Like, they got a lot of joints. sticking his tongue out. It's creepy, but it's a little menace. At least that's the way that I can see it. Me. Let's see. Just got 2 more subs out of nowhere. That has been a while. Yeah, you see, they will slowly come through. So yeah, you don't have to worry about. Just keep doing a good job, and the people will follow through. His belly is too full to move. Yeah, it's too much. I see Raymond on the bottom right. Oh, right. He has like the spiky hair, right? And I haven't played or seen much of Rayman, but yeah, I can see it too. Again, I don't have that much experience with Rayman, but I can see it definitely. Bottom right is Kiwi Bird. Oh my god, I can see it. You guys remember did anybody in here, Toast, I think you're as old as I am or similar, right? Did you get to see the Kiwi animation, 3D animation in the project YouTube? No? Because I don't know why, but that's the only thing that I think about when I see kiwis and I want to cry. Kiwis, my beloved, do not. We gotta protect them. We gotta protect our kiwi birds. I can see the top left being Big Weld from the movie Robots. Oh, hello, Cheese. Welcome in. How you doing? Rah! Oh gosh, savage. Let's see. Big Weld. Oh, hang on. Big Weld. I think I remember that. Oh, that's not what I'm looking for. There we... Yeah. True. Yeah, I mean, if I do this, then yeah, we definitely can have... Absolutely. Top worm's a sitting down worm slouched. That's gotta be like an old worm. Like an old worm. Yeah. An old worm, little cozy thing on top, like a cover. It's cold. Yeah. He needs to be protected. Big welds. Google fish. We can't see the screen. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Hang on. Let me bring back the old worm and let me turn... Oops, my bad. There we go. I made the worm slouched, but I also made him old. Hey dudes, what do you think you might get for Christmas? We only see the browser. Yeah, whoops. Nah, I just wanna... I don't know, man. I just wanna sleep. For the most part, we're just gonna be working around the house and fixing a bunch of stuff, remodeling and such. So I think for now, I'm just gonna take it easy. I'm just gonna reward myself with one big, nice, relaxing time with my family, just chilling. Just chillaxing. Nothing too big, and planning out my next move for next year. Nothing too crazy. The worm looks like from SpongeBob. Yeah.
What do you say?
They're selling chocolates.
Chocolate, you say?
Yeah. Well. Well, I think we reached our time because it's already 5 o'clock and I gotta go. But I hope that everything that we discussed today can help you on your own journey to make your own characters and make your own stories. For now, I'm just going to take my leave and start planning for next year. Whether it be that I get the new job or that I get to stream more fun, creative things. And have more people like you guys keep joining me and we can just keep making cool stuff, man. I don't know if my next streams are going to be long or they're going to be just a lot shorter because I'll have a job. But we'll see what we can do in any case. I hope that everything we discuss is very helpful. Yeah, see you later, everyone. I'll see if I can raid, actually. Let's see if I can send you guys to somewhere else. Is there anybody else streaming? Anyone that I know that's streaming? No, there's nobody on. Oh, but 4 hours ago? Nah, I don't think Gumi is on. I don't think Gumi is on. It's been a while. It's 4 p.m. for me. Yeah, but it's 5:03 for me and I gotta go. Yeah, Gumi's not streaming anymore. Well, I guess it's another jumpless stream. Well, thank you so much for watching, guys, and as usual, see you next time. Thank you for the stream. Good. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for these streams. No problem. And now it's up to you guys to create, to inspire, to share what you know. So, have a good one, guys, and I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye, goodbye, everyone. And where is it? Where's the button? Where's the button? Anticlimactic.